I'm going to go ahead and get this working session going here. And thank you for being with us. We can proceed with the roll.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Labar, here, Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
I am here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Great, thank you.
Here too. Yes, thank you.
We'll note Commissioners Hodge and Robbie are here. At this time, we have public comment at the working session. At the working session, you have 1 minute. You'll have 3 minutes ahead of our full board meeting at 7 o'clock. Is there anyone here in person who wishes to give public comment? Okay. Seeing no one in person, Ashley, I wonder if there's anybody online.
There's no one online, Chair.
Great. Move then to item 3, the report from the county administrator.
No report?
Great. And Ashley, back to you. Any report from Director of Board Operations?
Just very briefly, Chair, I just wanted to share that this Friday, from 9 a.m. until 3:30 p.m., the board will be having a priority retreat. The retreat will be held at the LRC, and I've gotten a lot of questions about this. The retreat will be live streamed, and it will also be recorded for the public, and it is also an open meeting. The public can attend as well. So I look forward to seeing you all day on Friday.
So where was the meeting initially going to be held?
Yeah, so in the resolution that you all passed, we passed the boardroom as the location, this location. But after a couple of conversations, we decided to transition to the LRC, and that will be posted in accordance with OMA.
Okay, so Friday, the board retreat at the Learning Resources Center on Washtenaw Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Ashley, thank you. We'll move then to our discussion item, and just very quickly, thank you again to colleagues for your willingness to have our meeting, our working session last week when we did not have one scheduled. Thank you for that. I just want to quickly recognize Georgia Frost, who's the field representative for Congresswoman Dingell, is here with us, and thank her for being here with us. We'll get more details in terms of the things Congresswoman Dingell is doing on this issue. We have, as our topic of discussion tonight, the pending HUD changes as it relates to homelessness funding. I would ask for the indulgence of the board and folks involved here tonight. I've got a statement here that I would like to read just to get some information out of the way. I've timed myself a few times on it. It's more verbose than it ought to be, but I think still helpful. I'll read it and we'll jump into the presentation. Tonight, we can begin developing a plan to supplant HUD funding to our local homelessness system to continue providing services that evidence and experience have demonstrated succeed. You'll hear about the issue from the county staff perspective, the housing availability impacts, the impact of the overall homelessness system, and the human impacts, direct and indirect. We have an immediate challenge in the next 60 to 120 days with the funds HUD committed to providers, but has delayed. That total is $432,000 and will start impacting providers April 1st. The longer-term 2026 problem is HUD is putting arbitrary limits on what continuums of care across the nation can spend on permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing. We currently spend 94% of our COC funds on these services. HUD threatened to limit these to 30%, though there may be change in that just today in legislation to 60%. But that would still leave a $3 million hole in what is currently going to permanent supportive and rapid rehousing that would either need to be filled locally or removed from the system. That's roughly 2/3 of what we get from HUD. The money we get from HUD is collectively prioritized by the continuum of care, of which the county is the lead agency. In the COC, the providers collectively agree on who will do what and how they will interact with each other. It is a federally mandated collaboration, and I think we do it better in Washtenaw County than anywhere else because of the work of the staff and the providers. These cuts will cause massive gaps in our homelessness system, and the impacts will reach sheltering, mental health, public safety, food security, and other indirect areas without action. These services are collectively prioritized by the COC, but governed by direct contracts between HUD and each provider, all on their own calendar. That means from April 1st through the fall, there will be a rolling impact where the HUD funds run out agency by agency, causing funding shortfalls and delays resulting in cuts. We have an opportunity to preserve these vital services for people in need and to ensure the long-term existence of our homelessness system. The county is the only entity that is positioned to lead this response and have the resources to help make it happen. But we can call for help from municipalities, philanthropic organizations, and our federal representatives, including Congresswoman Dingell, who is leading on this issue. But we can't do it without our work. As we all know, homelessness impacts many people with many drivers, but the majority of people at risk here are Black women and children who are in this position because of the underlying realities of our economy and its unaffordability for working people, not because of lack of effort. By providing direct funding to the agencies, we can continue providing homelessness services we need, preserve the overall system, and gain the time needed for changes in federal policy. It will not solve the homelessness issue we face in our community, but it will preserve our current position in that effort and keep us from falling farther back. Our response to this unique threat will have to be unique in itself. We may need a twofold approach. The first action would be provision of the $432,000 needed to respond to the immediate cuts in the first 60 to 120 days. The second could be working with administration to have the BOC authorize a policy where the county would directly fund providers to continue providing services as HUD funding is reduced or removed. This would need to be on a rolling basis because of the different calendars and contracts with the providers. These expenditures can be verified on our end using the existing HUD verification system, but we would directly report back to the county to ensure the money is going specifically where and how it is needed and for relevant purposes. The second action is very large because of the size of the overall 4.9, perhaps $3 million hole, but county funds could be combined or offset with federal, state, municipal, or philanthropic funding. The county doesn't have to do everything to save this system, but it will need to go first. It will need to coordinate the efforts because of its size, its relationship to the system components, and its designation as the COC lead. I appreciate the grace to get through that. Thank you for letting me frame it. We're going to hear now from Kristen Kunis, who is the COC lead within OCED, Amanda Carlisle, who is the director of the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, Jennifer Hall, the executive director of the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, and then Shona Taruza, director over at IHN/Alpha House, whom we know. After their presentation, I look forward to questions, discussion, and really candidly, commissioners, some iterative brainstorming in terms of how we respond to this. Kristen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you all. Awesome. Thanks, Ashley. So in front of you right now, we have Washtenaw County's Continuum of Care System. This is a visual representation of what the COC is, what our coordinated entry system is, and essentially our homelessness response system. This map shows you how folks move from at the point of access, which starts at housing access for Washtenaw County, through housing stability. What's important to take away from this slide here is that there is no right way to move through the system. These arrows just serve to represent the unique trajectory of every single client. We serve clients based on their unique needs. And so one key takeaway from this slide is just to understand the level of collaboration and coordination that needs to happen behind the scenes and in real time in order for someone to move from crisis to housing stability. On the right-hand side, you'll see the definitions of a key terms. Permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing are those terms we continue to use and highlight for you all. These, again, are the most critical interventions for those that are experiencing homelessness. Permanent supportive housing combines long-term housing with rental subsidy and supportive services for people experiencing the most complex needs to housing stability. Then rapid rehousing is that short to medium term rental assistance and case management. These are these two interventions that are at risk and most imminently threatened. What does our COC look like in real time? Right now, we have 573 people currently staying in emergency shelter. This is according to our Homeless Management Information System, which is the secure database that tracks and manages the needs of those experiencing homelessness. We have 326 people waiting for emergency shelter, according to our by name list, which tracks and prioritizes those awaiting for resources. Yeah, I'm seeing some faces. That is exactly the experience that we have as we're working with this system. And then 856 people waiting for housing resources. What I want to leave you all with this slide is just a deep understanding of this is just our real time, currently with the current funding. Delays or cuts to this funding only serve to exacerbate these numbers right here. This captures the individual contract renewal and expiration dates broken down by agency and project type. Project type being rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, or those planning dollars that fund me and my team and the work that OCED does. What's important to take away from this is the level of interdependence that is needed with this funding. This shows you on a rolling basis from April through November when these contracts expire. Alignment and timing is key. If one of these is late, it throws the system off. So these really represent to serve as dominoes, essentially. What do these contracts and projects mean? We're talking about 500 to 600 people in Washtenaw County that are at risk of losing housing stability if these contracts are not renewed in time. That's talking about a school, we're talking about a congregation, a neighborhood.
And I'm just going to speak on behalf of the shelter providers. Even in real time, like right now, we don't have the capacity to support all the people in need. We're noticing that as the cost of living goes up and as there's all these chaotic changes with Medicaid and food stamps and all of that, that people are falling on hard times like really fast. And we're seeing them show up in the shelter system. We don't have the capacity to support any more people, even with Alpha House East having opened and us trying to get master lease houses. We're exploring every single option we can, and it's still not going to be enough. And what is really disturbing to me is October. October is when a bunch of children who've been stably housed for a full year are going to be out in the cold, and we won't be able to do anything about that. What we know is that the White House, the executive orders on ending crime and disorder on American streets has made homelessness a crime. They've said that encampments and urban squatting are illegal, that people will be rounded up. They've already started working on the first homeless detention camp just outside Salt Lake City, a 1,300 bed facility. If you're trying to cram 1,300 people into a facility, that sounds to me like a concentration camp. And then there's mandated work requirements. To me, that sounds like slavery. And so basically, HUD is forcing people out of their homes and onto the streets to be rounded up and put into for-profit prisons. And so what we're asking you all is to help us to prevent that. At the shelter, my shelter, I see 92% Black families when it's between 11 and 12% of the population of Washtenaw County. When it comes to winter, it's 94%. These are people who are literally out in the cold. When we see all the different ways that the federal government is cutting grants and programs, it disproportionately affects Black and brown people. And I'm a single Black mother myself. I have a lot of privilege, and I'll own that. But I spend my day with women who don't, and they are terrified. They ask me every week, when is my permanent housing resource going to come online? And I have to tell them there is nothing coming up. And so what I don't want to see is Alpha House East turn into an apartment complex because we can't move them on. It's a very delicate ecosystem. People come into the shelter, we figure out how to get them into permanent housing so that more people can come into the shelter. If we aren't able to move people on to Avalon or Arable Housing Commission, then they're going to be stuck with us, or I have to put them out on the street myself, which I don't want to do. So we're in a real bind, which is why we're coming before you. It feels like the federal government has gone offline and is just sowing chaos left, right, and center, and is making moves that are bold and, just to be honest, crazy. We need to be making the same kind of bold and audacious moves ourselves to protect our vulnerable population. I forget which famous person, I think it might be a combination of different famous people, said that the measure of a health of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable members. And so we need to decide tonight who we are as a community, who we are as Washtenaw County. What is our culture? What are our priorities? And what are our values in the face of all of this? Anyway, I'll stop my preaching for now and hand over to Amanda.
It's hard to go after that, but thank you for having us tonight to speak about this. Historically, HUD Continuum of Care funding has been a reliable source of funding for our community and the homeless response system. And this funding has supported ongoing rental assistance and supportive services to help house people experiencing homelessness and help them maintain stability. The current administration has challenged what we know to be reliable or secure sources of funding in so many ways and spaces, including not just the homeless sector. As you remember, county staff presented to you in November information on potential deep cuts to the homeless response system. And I am tasked with kind of giving you the historical nature of what has happened since then. So in 2024, you'll see that first sort of bullet on this slide, HUD utilized a 2-year funding competition application process for the Continuum of Care program. And the intent then was to avoid a round of funding in 2025. They're typically working on funding competition in 1 year to support grants in a following year. And so the funding competition was supposed to be avoided in 2025, and that was referred to what we are calling the Notice of Funding Opportunity A, because there's 3. And in November, shortly after county staff came to working session, HUD reversed course and released a new funding application process, what we refer to as NOFO B, which proposed these significant alteration to the Continuum of Care program that Kristen and Shona just mentioned. The biggest change was capping permanent housing funds at 30% of a community's total funding, but it also made significant changes or proposed to make significant changes to the funding competition scoring and which organizations could receive funds. The projected impact at that time was that Washtenaw County could lose about $4.9 million in permanent housing funds because what Commissioner Labar had mentioned before, 94% of our Continuum of Care funding goes to 2 models, PSH and rapid rehousing. We want to be honest that everything is shifting in real time. And so the rest of our presentation is trying to show you what has happened since then. But with the proposal of the sort of NOFO B, again, you see the graphic of what our system of care looks like now. And then here is where the parts of our system of care would be affected by these Continuum of Care changes. So what's grayed out in terms of rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing on the right-hand side of your graphic. Oh, sorry. Much of the content and policy shift in the new funding opportunity released in November appeared to be illegal, and there were 2 large multi-plaintiff federal lawsuits that were filed to stop HUD's actions and stop HUD from moving forward with the funding competition. And here you'll just see the lawsuits claimed that the reduction in funding for proven permanent housing solutions was illegal. The imposed new unlawful conditions, including penalizing programs with DEI and gender inclusive practices, and then additional violations of the Administrative Procedure Act and congressional intent. So what then occurred was a series of judicial hearings about the court cases. At the same time, HUD also issued a new notice of funding, which we'll call NOFO C, for informational purposes that they indicated they would revert to if they lost the court cases. think recognizing that some of NOFO B was illegal. But that's my interpretation. HUD was also mandated by the courts to begin a process to renew project applications originally funded under the 2024 NOFO or NOFO A, should HUD lose the court cases. We have been waiting final determination from HUD on the court, or from the court on the cases, and that was expected by the end of February. However, a little bit of good news, and it's not in the slide because it happened today and yesterday, is that Congress took congressional action in their T-HUD appropriations bill yesterday that passed. And we speculate that the court cases will no longer move forward. But again, that's speculation because of what Congress has taken action on, which we'll talk about. Again, very real time. But there continues to remain uncertainty about what will happen. There was language in the T-HUD appropriations bill that said that they were requiring HUD to put basically 60% of our funds into a renewal. And that was something that we'll kind of talk a little bit more about. But our grants are starting to expire in April for the community. And I'll be clear, Washtenaw Housing Alliance doesn't get any of these funds. These are grants that are our partners that are listed on the left-hand side of this slide. The COC grants being typically renewed in April, typically HUD takes a little bit of time to renew those grants. And so we expected with the court cases and further steps that HUD was taking to start processing renewals, it would just take time. Typically it's 30 to 90 days after grant agreements that the funding becomes available. And so we have identified a gap of approximately $432,000 between April and July for when there is uncertainty around funding. This is calculated simply based on a monthly average amount for each grant expiring between April and July. So this would include rental assistance and supportive services and administrative costs for those programs. So with that, we anticipate about 196 people would, if these delays occur, we obviously are going to try everything we can to prevent anybody from losing their housing, but what is in jeopardy is about 196 households that are currently in housing between April and July if those grants were not renewed or were not renewed on time. If funding delays continue, or I should say policy-wise, this HUD under this current federal administration is not a reliable funder for the evidence-based best practice model that we know works and has had a high rate of success in our community. And HUD has been explicit about their desire to shift funding away from permanent housing. So even if we anticipate being able to renew contracts in 2026, this is an issue we will face in 2027. I will now turn it over to Jennifer Hall to talk about the historical trends and disinvestment in housing.
Good evening. There are many different programs within HUD. We've just heard about the continuum of care that's very specifically for homelessness. The other programs are primarily on the housing side and on the voucher side. HUD is a important, but I agree, an unreliable partner. I've worked with HUD for over 20 years. I don't know what that is. It's like this. Our budget starts in January every year, and we find out often in May what our funding is retroactively back to January. And there's constant changes and we never know what's going on. So it's not just this current administration that is throwing things out the window. It's been a long history of disinvestment in particularly public housing, which is housing owned by the government. So the Public Housing Act of 1937 initiated that. Public housing peaked in 1994 with 1.4 million apartments. And since then, it's decreased fairly rapidly to a little over 859,000 as of this month. During that process, HUD actually recognized as a federal agency that this housing was being lost at a political level because there wasn't support for public housing. There was a lot more support for privatizing affordable housing and for voucher programs. And so they instituted the rental assistance demonstration program, which allowed public housing authorities to convert all of their public housing out of that part of the budget and into the voucher part of the HUD budget. And so the housing commissions of Ann Arbor and Ypsi have both done that. It's much better funded. It's helped stabilize our programs. There's an estimated need for $169 billion for all the housing that's public housing today. In the HUD budget that was just adopted, there's $3.2 billion for preservations, renovations. So you can see there's a huge gap between the needs. So we're going to continue to lose that public housing. So how do you develop affordable housing? Federally, the move has been from publicly owned to privately owned, privately invested. Most of the funding for development comes through an IRS program. I've talked to you about this before, low-income housing tax credits. Basically, you can write off taxes if you invest in affordable housing, but it only has a minimum of 15-year affordability period. Now, we have developed with low-income housing tax credits, but because we are a government agency, we put a permanent deed restriction on our housing, no matter how it's developed. And so we're continuing to make sure that it is permanently affordable to the community, which is not the case in the private sector. You can have the greatest ideas in the world on what you want to do, but if you don't have land, if you can't get zoning approved, if you can't get a site plan approved, and you can't put your funding together, you do not have a project. So those are all the things you need to do to get there. Just as an example, what used to be HUD as the sole source of funding for public housing, this is our recently developed project called Dunbar Tower. We had 12 funding sources, including HUD, which was only $2.1 million that we received through Washtenaw County as the administrator out of a $33 million budget. All the other funds we had to secure from multiple other locations. And we also received Brownfield Redevelopment Authority funds from Washtenaw County as well. So it's way more difficult, and this never guarantees, even with a development like this, it doesn't guarantee that people will pay 30% of their income on rent. That only happens if you have a rent subsidy through a voucher. So the continuum of care program, they have rent subsidies. The voucher, what people know of as Section 8, rent subsidies. So I'm showing a map of where our vouchers are distributed throughout Washtenaw County. It mirrors the population. So in urban areas, there's more vouchers. In rural areas, we have vouchers too. Probably everybody's jurisdiction has somebody with vouchers. And this is just the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. You could double those dots with all the other like Mishta and Plymouth and other sources of vouchers that are used in Washtenaw County. Who lives in our housing? I'm not going to go through each one of these charts, but you can look at them later. But as Shona said, disproportionately, whether funding goes up or whether it goes down, we have disproportionately have Black families in our households. And so if we lose funding, they're more likely to be harmed. That second chart I highlighted, it's the head of household, because you'll notice there's nothing about children. So I put a note on the bottom that 39% of our participants that live in our housing or have a voucher are 18 years old or less. So children are impacted as well as people who are disabled. We have almost 55% of our households has a family member with a disability. So what is going on with the rest of the HUD budget? Thankfully, it got approved at much higher than was originally proposed by the current administration. There's actually a 8.7% increase in funding. Some of that was related to the units that went from public housing to the voucher program. They moved funding with it over into the voucher program. So it's not a straight increase that we can serve more households. It's actually covering the same households we were before. The thing that I am concerned about is there've been many news articles, not actually notices from HUD, like I've not heard directly from HUD, which has not been unusual this administration, that there's going to be a new work requirement imposed. And so that work requirement would only enable you to have a voucher for 2 years, regardless of what your income is, regardless of what your job is, unless you are elderly or disabled, and it's specific types of disabilities, not every disability. And the problem is wages, even if you have full-time jobs, you cannot afford to live here. So if somebody loses that rental subsidy, they're going to lose their housing. And it's unclear right now if this is going to be a mandatory requirement or if it's going to be a choice by various housing commissions. And there was a national study, so that chart to the right, that's the estimate of the number of people nationally who would lose their housing just if this work requirement goes into place. And Crystal will be right back up.
Action has been needed at every single level. At the federal government, we have touched on the action that Congress made and President signed into law the fiscal year 26 THUD appropriations for homeless assistance grants. What this did is secure, to the best of our knowledge, the renewable funding for fiscal year 25. This does not address the delays, that 432,000 that we do expect to still be a gap. At the state level, Senator Irwin and the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness have been leading a state advocacy requesting 12.5 million to support the statewide gap in bridge funding. I'll talk a little bit more after that at the next slide. And then at the local level, COC partners and providers have been meeting with philanthropic community partners. Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation convened a meeting, and we will have another one in February. There was a COC roundtable with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. We've been really grateful for her action and advocacy in this area. Today, meeting with you all and informing you of what's to come. And then also reaching out to local municipalities. This hopefully serves to identify and just really capture both the complexity of this issue as well as the severity, noting that action has been truly needed at each and every one of those steps. Talking a little bit more about the state contingency request. Again, MICA is requesting 12.5 million in contingency appropriations from the state legislator. This would serve to stabilize housing for approximately 2,500 households. This is a statewide number covering projects from January 2026 to July 2026. Again, just the gap funding, because we do expect delays. What this serves is to reflect the coordinated and aligned strategy that's been needed at every level, local, state, and federal. What's really important to note, while we really encourage the continued advocacy at this level, and it's critically important, we do expect that there would be similar contract delays that we are seeing with HUD funding. So while promising, and we do encourage continued efforts here, we don't believe that this is going to solve the delay. Again, speaking specifically for Washtenaw County, that 432,000. I want to pause here and provide acknowledgements to Senator Jeff Irwin and Commissioner Somerville for the work and the leadership you've done to advocate for this step. And I'll pass it over to Shona to close us out.
So I really just want to start off by thanking you all for the 3 years I've been in my role. Consistently every winter, you've all reached out and tried to figure out what we need, and you provided funding, which has enabled us to shelter people. This Alpha House moved from being able to shelter 6 families at a time to now being able to shelter 50, thanks to your support. You all know that this winter has been rough. Imagine if we didn't have those spaces and those resources available. You also have all been out hustling as well, trying to make sure that people are sheltered through that last cold spell we had a few weeks ago. We're heading into a permanent winter, it feels like, with the way things are going. And yeah, winter's coming, winter's staying if we don't do something. And so what we want to do is just make sure people stay in their homes. You know, there's so many dangers. You know, right now, we need to keep Black and brown people in their homes as much as possible. And so what we're asking for as a first step is the 432 in bridge funding, 432,000, 100,000. in bridge funding support to ensure permanent housing programs can operate through July 2026 while we try to figure out all this chaos. In the meantime, we're going to be continuing to hustle and try bring other people on board. We really need, though, for you to be the leaders as you've been consistently as long as I've been in my role. Because when the county steps up, other people pay attention and it gives us some credibility. This is all about the people. It's not about agencies. It's not about politics. It's about the people, the vulnerable people. And so we're going to continue to work. Step 2 says we'll work with a continuum of care to find the replacement funding for up to $3 million for the permanent housing programs. We'll continue to advocate. And from tomorrow, we're going to start reaching out to other municipalities and trying to bring other people on board. But we're starting off with you all. That's it. Thank you for listening. I guess it's question time.
Yes, and thank you, Shona, to you, to Jen, to Amanda, and to Kristen for your presentation. We'll open it up, and I see Commissioner Masiewski with his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation this evening. I want to start by just going back to Commissioner Labar's comments at the beginning and noting a lot of what he said is I experienced that as well in my work. We are seeing with the current budget process, if you can call it that, a lot of delays. A lot of, even when funding gets approved, taking months for that funding to begin to flow. It is seemingly the new normal to operate this way, but it is incredibly disruptive, as you've described here tonight. And then you have off-cycle budget, which I wasn't aware of, that you had a year that starts in January when the federal budget starts in October, which creates its own set of circumstances as well. But I think Commissioner Labar did a fantastic job of highlighting the situation that we are dealing with and dealing with a federal government that is seemingly ignoring the best practices that have been established by the work that you have been doing for years, creating a new system and a set of rules that make it incredibly difficult to operate in for something that combating homelessness and people that are at risk of homelessness. Preventative measures are the key. It is the most cost-effective way to deal with things as well. And seemingly the policies that are being put out there today are just not in line with those thoughts. Commissioner Labar noted as well in his comments about partnership. And this, in order to be successful, is going to require extensive partnership and collaboration. So I wanted to lend a little bit of credence to what he was saying in my own personal experience, what I see. I think we've established this as a priority, right, for our board historically to deal with these issues. It's important to keep people in their homes. It's important to have a place for people in need to go. Ultimately, they're going to be better served. They're going to have better outcomes that way. It is difficult when there is not appropriate housing to maintain health, to maintain nutrition. And it seems to me that the more that we can do, and hopefully we can partner and get at the situation that we're dealing with right now so that we can be on the front end of this. These housing initiatives are really difficult to deal with. You had an entire slide about the capital stack that it takes and the various funding sources just to get one housing initiative across the line. That can take years to put together, and they can fall apart like that. These projects are not easy to do. So I hope that we continue this discussion as we move forward and we can come up with some ways to partner and address these issues in a collaborative way. So I thank you for your presentation and the table setting by Commissioner Labar tonight. Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Somerville, then Hodge.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Shona, it's going to be a permanent winter part really shook me. But thank you. I think it's really important for us to level set, the ways that we can work to prevent that from happening are really important. I think this is not really a question, just more of like, hopefully people that you work with, not just like staff and board members, but also community members that support all the agencies you work with. We have a few different things that we've done to like different funding pots in the county. One is we carved out a requirement that we use some of our public safety dollars for housing support because housing access is a public safety issue. So I just want to encourage everybody in person and online to pay attention to the Public Safety Millage Advisory Committee. Sheriff Clayton worked really hard to increase the amount of money that we spent from the public safety millage on permanent supportive housing. And I think that was really important work that I hope we can help uplift, because it's not something that's continued in the last 2 year or the last year. And I have concerns with that. So I want everybody to like focus, like we put something in an ordinance that I believe was important and necessary. And I hope we can make sure that that is followed through on. But I also want to highlight too, what we did with the older person's millage and making sure that we're preventing and minimizing people who are above the age of 60 from both becoming homeless and getting them out of homelessness. So to the extent that we can take advantage of those two millages, I think it's really important. The mental health portion of the millage already invests significant amount in this space, but I think it's really important to push other areas where we can to make sure that everybody is chipping in in government. So thank you.
Go to Commissioner Hodge and then Robbie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opening statement. I thought that was a great way to frame the conversation. It's rare that we have an opening statement before working session, so it was good. Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was really helpful. And the dollar amounts, I appreciate that you had the specifics there and that you're going to engage the local governments about it too. I have a different kind of question, so I appreciate this. This is really helpful to understand how the system works. My question is this the best way for us to do it? So as we're thinking about how to cover this immediate funding situation, I'd also like to think structurally, what could or should we be doing differently?
Well, we've been talking a bit about that. We know that we need to keep people in their homes right now, but we also need to think about what our long-term plan is. We can't depend on HUD. We can't be going through this year after year, and who even knows when this is even going to end. So I don't actually have an answer. I'm hoping that one of these two do, but we need to think about a long-term plan.
I appreciate that question. It's a really important one because we recognize the ask of what the ask is. We know, as we've identified, that the federal government is not a reliable partner. Again, the advocacy efforts at the state level are helpful, but we are going to experience the same delays contractually. It's just going to happen. We can't avoid it. We've been working with philanthropic partners, but the amount of money we're seeking is larger than anyone can offer. And so we really do believe that this is squarely the mechanism in which we would be able to solve this problem. And that just highlights we truly have exhausted the options that outside of this.
I wasn't sure if you were referring to the complications of the chart.
Yeah, like all the arrows and the
Yeah.
various agencies involved. Is this the best way that we could be doing this, or is there a
Yeah,
better way?
I don't necessarily have an answer for that other than we do have a lot of specialized nonprofits. Shona does family housing. We have the single adult housing. We have Ozone as our youth housing. And so there are agencies that are specialized in what they do. And I think that partnership is helpful because they're all also fundraising private dollars in, as well as partnering with local government. So I think that's a very powerful model than like a single entity doing everything, for example. Like there's a lot of good synergies going on. And the one thing I meant to say is long-term affordable housing is the solution. Not today, because it takes so long to do it. So we have to have two processes going on. We have to deal, probably three, prevention, so people don't lose their housing, long-term affordable housing, but also making sure we have even shelters right now. Like I'm not I'm not a big believer in having lots and lots of shelters because I think people should be in housing, but in a crisis, that's what you have to do before we have the housing available. And Dunbar Tower, we're going to start moving people in next week, but it's been 5 years of a project, so it takes a long time.
So the map looks nuts and we acknowledge that. And it is because of the funding that is coming into the system of care, how people have to flow through. So if you are in a certain part of the system of care, you might not be eligible for another part of the system of care based on the funding. So we have HUD dollars coming in. On the right-hand side, the rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, we have a mixture of funds that are there. And it depends on the population that's being served. On the shelter side, we have DOJ funds for Safe House. We have, VAWA dollars. We have HUD ESG dollars. There are just so many different funding sources. In a perfect world, if we had perfect system, that is not what it would look like. And that's because it is driven by, we would end homelessness, we wouldn't have it. And it is driven by the funding that we have, all of this eligibility and, how people flow through the system of care. But what we know, I just want to reiterate what we know is that we have models that work. Supportive housing has a 94% success rate in our county, 85% success rate in the nation. It's a model that works. It reduces emergency services costs. People aren't going to jail. They aren't going to the hospital for care. And we know that that is a best practice model. And we also know that 85% of our families that enter rapid rehousing are successfully housed at the end of the program. And we have a very low return rate for families that are in rapid rehousing. So the models have been proven and they work. It's the funding that is limiting. And it's where you get all of this web of where people can go and how they go. Prevention, like if we had more of it, we could reduce some of the shelter needs, right? Like if we had more on one part of our system of care, or if we had more on the housing side, we could reduce and it could change over time.
One last thing real quick. I don't anticipate that you're all going to stay for the board meeting and certainly probably not until we get to the items for current or future discussion. So I just want to take a moment now to thank Kristen and everyone else for your work related to the pit count. It was amazing to be able to see how that came together and how successful it was. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank you because I will say more at the appropriate time during the board meeting, but you're here now. So I wanted to say it now while you're here. Thank you, Chair.
Sure, we will get to just briefly Commissioner Robbie, then Scott. Others, please raise your hand. Just one quick note on the pit count. Thank you as well. And please keep in mind, when we get the data later this year in the spring, it will look a little bit different because of the impacts of that cold streak and where folks were essentially hoteling in a way that they normally wouldn't be because of the temperature. So just a preface. We'll go to Commissioner Robbie and then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. That was really, I think, a lot of it is stuff that we knew was in existence already, but I think it really reaffirmed the crisis that we're in. And, if we around this table, if we believe that housing is a human right, and there are 856 people, I think that was the number, waiting for housing, that means we're violating the human rights of 856 people in our community by not acting. And I appreciate, Shona, your illustration of what the federal government is doing, or proposing to do to put those that are experiencing homelessness, first of all, to drive up the number of people, and then to propose to, to put them in concentration. I mean, it is a concentration camp. I think of the words that they wrote on the concentration camps and connecting that to what you just said about the work requirements. Feel like there's a theme there. And I appreciate you for being so explicit about, making that connection, because I fear that that is, a direction that they're trying to push us towards. So what you're putting forward here, obviously the system that we have is complicated. And, you know, in times like these where there's, you know, this major crisis of funding and crisis of, you know, of values and direction, maybe it is time to, like, you know, have sort of a war room conversation with the funders and, you know, the providers, to figure out what is the most efficient way to move forward. And, you know, create a system that makes sure that we're honoring the human rights of those 856 people that are waiting for housing. My question is about the 435,000. Could you give us a quick rundown of what you're hoping that money goes towards? Because I know that was, you said through July, I think is you needed it to help.
Yeah. Yeah, so it could be done in a number of different ways. We've talked about it as a COC. It could be a no interest loan to agencies to bridge the funding. It could be a grant. It could be whatever it is. But essentially, it's basically taking each of the grants that would renew. It's dividing their grant into 12 for 12 months, and then it's calculating how much money they would need to sustain the program through July, should the, you know, funding come in by then. So it's mostly rental assistance for people experiencing homelessness, or, you know, who have previously experienced homelessness. So it's paying landlords. It's also paying for the operations if the program is within an organization that's doing the work. And then it's paying for the services that are being provided to keep the folks housed and help them thrive in their community. So that's how we broke it down.
Yeah, that's really helpful to understand. So you were saying, just so I understand it, so in July, what is the likelihood that things will work out? And because you mentioned the loan thing,
don't know.
like, maybe that's an option, right? We give the
Yeah.
money to bridge. Is it like a 50% chance, 75% chance, a question mark, true question mark?
True question mark, changing by the moment.
Okay, so you know, I mean, I think the loan idea, zero interest loan idea is like an absolute, like, let's rubber stamp that tonight kind of thing. But if it's not sure that the money will end up coming in, then I also don't want to put us in a situation where we're expecting, but maybe it's like a loan, zero interest loan, and then if money doesn't come in, we
Convert it.
then, or we don't care. We
Yeah.
just say, yeah, keep the money. But, so I'm very, and so the money would flow, how would the money flow in your mind?
I think that's to be determined. I don't want to overstep anybody else, but I think it's to be determined. But essentially what these dollars are going to now is HUD contracts directly with the provider. And so this would be a situation where the county, you know, essentially would contract with the provider to do the services. And the county has, through being the lead agency, you know, Kristen and her team and under the direction of OCED in general, has the applications that agencies already applied to HUD for in 2024 and what the services provide and the number of people that are being served. So you have all of that information. So I think it would be relatively easy to be able to convert that to, okay, we would like to see this program continue with these funds as we are awaiting additional word
And
from HUD.
In terms of the agencies, what, is that the ones that are listed under permanent supportive housing or the rapid rehousing ones or both?
The rapid rehousing grant doesn't renew until October.
Okay.
And that's, so the other ones would be supportive housing. And then I believe that the OCED planning grant renews July. And that would be inclusive of that too.
So the county would work with, tell me if I'm wrong, but Avalon, the housing commission, both housing commissions? No? Avalon? Which organization?
So the ones that are listed there, Avalon, Michigan Ability Partners, Ozone.
So basically
I
all
think
of
they
them minus
all
the housing
renew.
commissions?
SOS's grant doesn't renew until October.
Yeah, but they said no housing commission. So it would be Avalon, Michigan Ability Partners, Ozone House, and SOS?
And OCD as the planning dollars or go to OCD. SOS's grant renews in October.
Oh, I
So
see what
they
you're
wouldn't
saying.
be
Okay.
included in the 432.
Part of why we didn't, sorry to interrupt, but part of why we didn't have anybody from any of those agencies here
the
presenting
housing
tonight was so that we didn't have somebody who is presenting on this issue looking for funding at the same time. We're trying to have essentially folks who are not direct recipients. The only asterisk on that is OCED, but that's because of our role as the lead agency and just some of the funding we get from HUD just to have that work mechanically covered.
To not sound like a broken record, but also to add something to the conversation, I would be ready to vote for this like tonight or at the next meeting to allow staff to prepare something. But I do want to make sure that like, it's clear that the county is stepping up in the gap of the federal government. I think that's an important thing for the folks, the organizations and the folks that we're supporting to understand.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Light.
Thanks. Look, I've done something new with my microphone, so tell me if you can't hear me. Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. There's a lot of questions and interesting things here. I have a question about how money flows into the temporary emergency shelter system. Can you talk about that a little bit for me? I'm gonna not be coy.
Yeah.
I'm asking because I think I've had this conversation before. The county spends money in the temporary emergency shelter system. If there is a more secure line of funding from the federal government for temporary emergency shelter funding, would it be pertinent for us to kind of change up funding the way we do things? So to take some of the money we've taken for temporary emergency shelter, count on you federal government money in that sense, and then shift money into the rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. Is that like, that's like, cause my analogy is, I've said before, like we're not playing checkers anymore. Like they've changed the game entirely. So should we think about how we're changing funding entirely? Like what types of ways can we think about funding like that? So I'm not trying to be coy. That's my thinking.
Well, I'll just say that our shelter, Alpha House, doesn't accept any HUD funding. We walked away from a HUD grant because it asks us to treat people in a way that isn't in alignment with our mission and our values. We will not discriminate against people. We will not scrub our websites.
Yeah.
We're going to be who we are. And so we'll probably be disqualified, Alpha House. It may be that others want to get into the sheltering business, but I couldn't.
Okay.
Just also say the COC the Continuum of Care program
Yeah.
funding doesn't allow us to use that funding for emergency shelter. It could allow us to use it for transitional housing. And I could make a case that our emergency shelter is becoming transitional housing because it's taking us so long to house folks.
Yes.
So there is a possibility there. But the other thing that it does allow is coordinated entry and to be able to be funded. So there's a few limiting factors for the continuum of care, but that is something that our body, the continuum of care, has been talking about is like, I mean, this is a public meeting, but how do you play HUD's game to get the funding in? And for us to be able to swap dollars where it makes sense to keep things whole. And so we're willing to do that and think about that. And that was sort of when NOFO B was released.
Right.
That was what we were starting to talk about is like,
Right.
what could we give up? What could we fund elsewhere? What could we now fund in its place that would align with HUD's mission? So open to it. I think for sure all of the providers are open to having that discussion. Whether or not the federal statute allows us to use it would be another story,
Yeah, you've heard me say, like all of you, like we figured out how to put a round peg into a square hole, and like we're not even playing with pegs and holes anymore. So
If I could add to that,
yes, please.
we were planning for 70% essentially cut,
Yeah.
and now we're planning for essentially, I don't know, 30 to 40% cut. So we have to also regroup. Like this just happened, like literally just happened. But I do know that several of our agencies, so for example, SOS, who does rapid rehousing, that's up to 18 months if I'm,
24.
which transitional housing is up to 24 months as well. So they're like, we're already doing pretty much what they want us to do, but with a different name. So like, and I know Nicole is also thinking about that with the Shelter Association, like, how can we change to fit the new model without completely losing our souls, basically,
Yeah,
and serving the people we want to serve and make sure people are housed.
yeah. Okay, let me ask, another clarifying question. Did I hear supportive housing has a 94% success rate? What are your metrics you're using on that?
You got it. You got it.
Everybody wants to answer. Yay.
So the two main sources, of supportive housing that we did a look back on is Avalon Housing and the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. So we did our own study of our own housing.
Mhm.
And so we looked at people who stayed housed for over a year. Like, that's the minimum that we were looking at, because people are constantly coming in and out in, the program. So we had to like set a definition. I'm pretty sure HUD does 6 months, or is it a year? A year. So that was like the minimum threshold, was a year, but people stay in much longer. Like, we have folks who live with us 10+ years easily. And then we also looked at the type of services that were utilized by our family households versus our individual households. I'm happy to share that study. You can look at your leisure.
I mean, I think it's really interesting, and I guess like it's a point of, like, I just want to call attention to that because I like that you all wanted to answer. It's like it's hopeful. Like, this is really good. This is an indication of how well these systems work for people. And that's where I think that some of the tension that ends up coming up at this table when we hear about funding with different things, we heard about how, like, we talked about it was presented to us that the jail population is the most vulnerable people in the county. And I have no doubt that like endemic racism has led to some people being in the jail. But our source of tension sometimes at this table is like, there are vulnerable people in that position, but we are also trying to stop upstream from that happening. And so if I've got $1 million, what do I want to do with that $1 million? I want to try to stop things upstream. But there's the tension of the very real tension of people in the jail. But that's why I think, hopefully people are listening to this conversation to understand, like, these are the things that we are faced with at this table. And everybody sitting here wants to do what we can do to try to keep people housed or get people housed. And that's where some of the tensions of the other conversations come from. So I am really happy that you're all here presenting to us. I just want to note also, you are 4 strong women up here doing the work, and I don't want that to go unnoticed. Thank you.
Sure. Move to Commissioner Light, then to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you all for coming with the presentation. It's always a lot of information, not always the most pleasant, but it's real. I wanted to know when there are homes being built and they receive the tax credit and it's the 15-year, is it a way for there to be like an extension, or once you reach the 15-year, is that's it and it's done?
Oh, sorry. About 5 or so years ago, I can't remember exactly when, MISTA, instead of requiring 15-year minimum, they increased it to 30 because there were so many properties that were turning into market rate after 15 years. So now, when we apply, we have to agree to a minimum of 30. But like I said, we do permanent, but anybody else, and you get extra points if you agree to 45 years, still not permanent, but a little bit extra. I'm not going to get this exactly right, but at the end of your period, whatever that period is, there's an evaluation done on the value of that property, and then it's offered up for somebody else to acquire it. It is always so high that you can't maintain it as affordable housing without new and deep subsidies again. And so we've never been able to acquire, and it happens pretty quick, somebody else who's turning their property over from a tax credit property. I can monitor it and get frustrated and have not been able to do anything about it.
So it's really as we said, we're now playing a game and we have to play catch up and build new plans. And so, you know, I would recommend is that we have to, I guess, learn how to be creative in the way that we implement our programming and manage it different, I should say. And that could just be by the name of the program and how we enter it into a system. And that's just more that we can all talk about, you know, in a different setting. But also, when that term ends, I guess just having our partners to just go ahead and purchase, and, you know, we just have to be ready, so no one else comes along and takes those properties. But that was just, I was just wondering if that was, it's great now that they have a longer term, I guess, but 45 years goes by fast. I just celebrated a family member's 85th birthday, so, you know, that goes by fast. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is that we have the East Side property, and this is just options and ideas that we can all think about, and once we gather again, that we can speak about. And I want to say that I heard our administrator mention that it would be nice to have housing on that property where our East Side rec is, and we own that land. And so we can call the shots and we can make things happen. And since we have you wonderful folks here to help us to figure out how to manage, I think that's something that we should all lean in on, because that is one of the desires of our administrator and myself and the rest of the board members. That's housing that we can do and we can make it happen. And there is a lot more. There are so many ideas at this table, myself included, on how we can make it happen in 107 days guaranteed. And that's a promise.
So first, people have to give a shit, which it sounds like you all do.
Yes.
Then you can find solutions. And owning public land, a huge solution, because there's there's a lot of pressure on developers, because if they buy a property or they have a option to buy, they have costs that they're accruing. A lot of that goes away with publicly owned land. It allows a lot more community engagement time, a lot more thoughtfulness, a lot more time to put your funds together. So yes, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, so long as y'all are on board, we're just gonna, you know, get on our administrator to tell us to let's make it happen, and you guys push us and we all work together. I think we can make it happen fast before the end of the year. So that's a challenge for all of us. Let's get it done.
Great. So I'll go to Commissioner Sanders and then follow up Robbie, Scott, Somerville.
I just want to throw our administrator a life jacket because he wasn't out there on his own in the discussion and hopefulness of being able to add additional housing on the property. I know that I have been in his ear for probably 5 years about, you know, I just didn't understand why it's so difficult if we buy the land and then we don't have to necessarily cajole a municipality in terms of their zoning because we supersede. So when we purchased the Cheney property, I know he knew that I was kind of looking at him like, okay, we got some land here. So he wasn't getting out in front of us, he was responding to discussions that we had. And I would like to see us be able to do something with that. And then Jennifer, I just want to say, it's time for me to go home because you just said what I'm not able to say without people wanting to picket in front of my house.
I probably shouldn't say it either.
People need to give a SHIT. And that's part of the reason why we are still kicking this can down the road. I would love to see a proposal that not only tries to, it's a Band-Aid, but I would like to see a two-pronged proposal the Band-Aid proposal, but then the long-term proposal about when do we start meaningfully and actively trying to add more housing? And what does that cost? I feel like we tiptoe around it. I don't know that I don't know that I'm clear, and I'm certain that the residents are not really clear about what that price tag looks like. Where else can we get the money within the system that we're already operating in? So I'm gonna dive out even further, so I might need a protective vest or something. And say that I think that we should start looking at, areas that we spend a lot of money, but we could do better at. We could be more efficient and move that money. So whether or not that is, looking at moving money that is after the fact and not preventative to the front. And so, so I'm not naming departments. People will figure it out. But if we see that we have a large sort of strain on our county budget, then maybe we should start looking at, well, maybe we should do something different. Maybe we should redirect that money so that we are actually helping people before they get to the point where we have to house them. They don't want us to be housing them. And there's some judicial involvement in housing them. Maybe that's what we need to start looking at. How do we redirect some of that budget constraint and say, okay, so what other ways could we help eliminate the issues that we're having for housing and homeless? How much would it cost us to do a better job of providing childcare for families so that people can actually work and be able to support themselves? There's a whole plethora of ways that we can help people on the front end so that they're not coming through your doors, right? And if they are, it's a very temporary period of time, right? Utility support, whatever it is. So I'm proposing that we have some serious consideration and talks about how we can start to do that, shaving off money and moving it. And then I say this every time, but I'm going to say it again. And maybe I haven't been as specific, but every year we have at least 2 breakfasts, and they're likely fundraisers for housing and homelessness. And I'm just wondering out loud if there's a possible way for us to look at converting that from just being you come and eat and you hear a panel talk and you get slides to, I think people really need to have some sort of simulation experience, because otherwise you don't get it. You just don't get it. And I think that if you were brave enough to try that, you might actually get a little bit more money, because it would actually touch people to understand, oh my God, this is what a person has to go through when they're facing being evicted, when they are evicted, when they don't come into our system because they're afraid that their children will be taken from them. We don't get it. We hear you talk about it, but until someone has actually had to go through some modules and actually feel that, they don't get it. So that's my pitch. I'm done. Thank you. I'm gonna call you later.
So we had Commissioner Beaman raise her hand, and then I'll circle back to those for a second.
Okay. I want to thank you for everything that you do, and especially coming forward tonight with all of this information. I sort of want to go back to the presentation for a second, because the slide with the months was what was really frightening to me, especially as we looked to October and that 229 number, over half of those, at least my estimate from looking at the slide, being being children, I mean, right now it says 500 to 600 funded by HUD COC. I mean, is this, and I know we don't have crystal balls, so I'm not really asking you to make a sound prediction, but to me, this almost seems too small, given what we're seeing right now. Am I being too alarming to say it could even double? Just thoughts from anyone? Agree? Okay, okay.
Because of all of the other cuts that are happening.
Yeah.
That are impacting people's finances,
Yes, I mean, everything
food,
from
everything.
food to childcare to
Medical,
absolutely everything.
everything.
Like when we see these slides and it's women, families, multiple, it's all of these compounding factors and we don't have the housing that they can move into. Okay, so that was just my doom and gloom question was, is this realistic or is this, for want of a better word, kind of the bare minimum that we're expecting to see happen in October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. The numbers really are a moving target, which is why we added the real-time numbers. Every single winter, we see our numbers increase. At this point in time, we are at a 31% increase in emergency shelter just from 2025. So yes, that number is very conservative.
Before we get to the follow-up questions, I guess I'd also just jump in to say, one of the things, the complexity of that diagram that we see tonight that was asked about, is this the best way to do it? The complexity also adds to the strength because we have specialization. But that specialization is most impacted by the ramifications of these cuts in terms of how it ripples through the rest of the system. And we haven't talked a lot of public safety outcomes. We've talked about preventative measures. There's a big one there. The food security issue that's come up, the capacity of the sheltering, but also magnifying the issues these kids have in school and in the rest of their lives when they're not trying to navigate the system. You know, other thing I would say is we've talked a lot tonight, directly and indirectly, about, I think the term was playing HUD's game. And the truth is we have spent hundreds of man hours or human hours in the last several months trying to read the mind of a federal agency rather than trying to hone and perfect the service system that we're using to try and meet these needs. And that has an effect too, even if at the last minute HUD is majestically stopped from doing the wrong thing by the courts. We've lost months of proactive planning and had to be in response mode. And just real quick, Kristen, thank you as well, because Kristen is our staff member. She's the county's rep on this. And just as a personal aside, has kind of encyclopedic knowledge of the intricacies of the COC system that I just want to appreciate, because candidly, if the people who weren't in these roles weren't the people they are, we'd be in a hell of a spot worse. So just thank you on that, to all of you, but Kristen, you're our employee, so thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Robbie, then Scott, then Somerville.
I just had some follow-up questions and then a couple comments from my colleagues, but on the $435,000, isn't that what you guys said?
432.
$1,000,
I
yeah.
thought you said 100.
435, yeah. So, but it's 432 is the number? Okay. I was close. That is the aggregate for 4 months, April, May, June, July. And is that money, do you need it all at once? Or is it could we allocate it? Because it looks like there's different needs every month in terms of so would it, I mean, maybe it makes more sense to do it all at once, but just thinking logistically, because also there's some, so we're for sure that money's not coming in, or is that a question mark? So could we create something where basically we have the money set aside. If the money doesn't come through, it triggers, all right, you're gonna get the money And if it does come through, then great, we can save it for the next month to see if that other round comes in.
I think administratively, the most efficient way to do this is to execute a contract with each of those entities for the full amount of those 4 months, but they don't draw it down until they need it. And that way, when federal funds come in, those funds can still sit in the county's bank account. Because it's really hard to get through a contractual process. So I'd like to put a plug in from OCD if they end up being.
Yeah, yeah.
Administrators contracts as well.
And then have you all presented to like City of Ann Arbor, other communities? Is this money just the stuff you're requesting from, just the amount that, this is the total that you need, right? So you're asking the county, obviously I think there's some will to like help, but maybe if there's other communities, then it lessens what each community puts in. And there's more resources than moving into July if there's other crises.
I think really the important part with coming to the county is that you all represent your communities and can help us with that messaging because you are, we're looking to you for that leadership. I've had a lot of conversations with administratively and internally at the city, which will continue and we'll see where that conversation goes, the city of Ann Arbor, that is. But I think we need that warm handshake with the rest of you to go to other communities.
I mean, I think it would help bolster the argument if other, I mean, like I said, I'm ready to go now or the next meeting whenever it's administratively feasible, but I think it would be more meaningful to have other communities sort of participating in that too, so it doesn't feel like we're just going it alone.
Mhm.
And it's saving resources for July, because this is not a short-term crisis that we're in. So maybe we could even put it forward as like matching funds that
Yeah.
could raise from other communities too. So anyways, just thinking out loud, but. go.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, Commissioner Robbie, that we did present to a group of private funders, so United Way, Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, a number of other foundations last week as an education piece, and then we'll be going back to them, as Kristen had said in that one of those last slides. And so also, thinking about private partners in that work.
Okay. And then just a comment for my colleagues, just based on some of the things that were said by Commissioners Light and Sanders. I just want to emphasize, how much public land the county does have that we can leverage, that we should be leveraging for housing. Like, again, we're in this crisis. We have these folks that are unhoused, and we should be, I think back as I'm thinking about policy solutions to what happened after the Great Depression and how this country came together and made investments for, working class people. And this, I think, seems like a similar moment. It's not a moment that's generated by the same forces, but it's a moment that's generated nonetheless. And so we have land, which we, again, don't, as Commissioner Sanders said, we don't have to do zoning, changes for. We're exempt. We don't have to pay taxes for because it's public land. And when we're talking about revenue, I'm a broken record in saying this, but the county has a major amount of bonding capacity that is just not being used. And when I was on the board in 2013, we looked at $345 million of bonding to do our unfunded and accrued liabilities for our pension and retiree healthcare. $345 million can go a long way to building housing in our community. And I do feel like, we don't have to work too hard to identify funding sources or to make cuts in other departments or anything like that. We can, generate that is bonding capacity that the county has at its disposal right now. And if we do feel like this is an emergency that we need to solve a housing crisis before us, let's spend that bonding capacity. What's the point of having bonding capacity? I mean, I fought hard as chair of the board in 2013 and 2014 to get us to a AAA bond rating so that it would be cheaper to borrow money. And the whole reason that we have the bond rating is to borrow money. So let's borrow money, let's build housing, and let's make sure that everybody has a place to stay in our community. We have the land, we don't pay taxes, we don't have to zone, and we have the money to do it. So I feel like and that's why too, I wanted to look at housing commission model, not to steal resources from Ann Arbor Housing Commission, but to have an entity that could manage those resources that we do have in our bonding capacity to build those homes. So we have all the pieces, I think, that we need to put it together. And it's just gonna take, I'm all about this, short-term solution, but it's gonna take long-term action as well. And we have all the pieces of the puzzle at our disposal.
Yeah, and Commissioner Robbie, I'm glad you said that second part because again, the 432 is sort of a 60-day window, but the remaining now probably $3 million gap is a longer term one and one that I think we have a little more time and wiggle room to get federal partners, state, maybe other municipalities and philanthropic dollars to come aboard with us. Commissioner Scott.
It's really only something really quick I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair. That I want to thank you also for having this discussion tonight. This is like the super timely discussion I wanted to have in preparation for going to the board retreat this Friday, because that's where we're going to be able to talk as a group about our considerations and priorities as a board in a way we've never done before. So I am very happy that we have this material at our hands going forward, because I think it will definitely influence decisions that we make at that table. So thank you. Thank you again. Thanks.
Go to Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to be really quick so we can end, well, we're not on time now because it's 7, but someone was saying this in their response, like just like the 3, like shelter and then housing, like short-term, long-term, but there's also like a third option that I've talked about before many times, which is like we really need to take a deeper look at how to prevent people from becoming homeless. We let people access barrier busters like once a year, and we know that there's gaps people are falling through after that. And I think that is probably one of the most critical things we could be doing right now. We should not allow anybody to become homeless due to their inability to pay. That's like something we can prevent. And I feel very strongly that we should have a way to intercept once they get into eviction status, regardless of if they've used barrier busters previously. I know that we have to we have limitations on those funds, but this problem is only going to get worse if more people get evicted this year and next year. And so I just wanted to make sure to mention that because that's something we could do tomorrow if we really wanted to. The other thing I just wanted to plug in just in terms of county owned property. I'm a big advocate that we need more permanent supportive housing because we know that that obviously works, but I also think that we should invest and I would support the county bonding for both of these types of housing solutions, which is also co-op style socialized housing, not just for people who are experiencing homelessness, but also people who are struggling and not paying for their medication or choosing not to pay for groceries because they're stretched so thin already with their market rate rent. And so even for county employees, we could be investing in socialized housing that they could buy, townhouses, kind of like Dorsey Estates, and we would be creating a long-term cost of living solution for people who work for our county who are middle to low income. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I do have one question. I don't know if I've asked this before, but one thing that I keep worrying about is we have people who were able to purchase homes at Dorsey Estates who have vouchers. And I'm just curious, what impact on those people were, because I feel like the county needs to step in and protect those folks who are now in the process of becoming a homeowner that have been paired with the voucher. What happens if that voucher gets taken away from them?
Related to vouchers that go to homeowners, I'm pretty sure unless HUD makes a change, which could happen, those would be a high priority protection. Project-based vouchers and then tenant-based vouchers is generally how I think it will go if we have cuts in our voucher system, because they have a mortgage, they have a house, that's a high priority. Related to eviction prevention, just for informational for your discussion on Friday, the city of Ann Arbor recently allocated this fiscal year $395,000 for eviction prevention. We have that open right now for applicants. We expect it to be spent in less than 2 months, just to give you an idea. And we have a $3,000 per household cap. Our average has been, in the past 4 years, $1,800 per household they don't have to be, about ready to be evicted by the sheriff tomorrow. They can be somewhere in that eviction process, somewhere where they're behind in rent, where they could become evicted. It doesn't have to wait till the last minute to, help somebody out.
Thank you.
So I think I'm sensing a general will of the body to try and take action, but details and timing to be determined and worked out. Great. Are there any other last questions at this time? Okay. I would just thank the four of you again for presenting and for all the backroom work that you've done to get ready for this, for the work you do in your day jobs, which aren't just, presenting to us, and really for your leadership in this sector. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will, that was both a hesitant but joyous little round of applause. So thank you for that. We'll move then to items for current or future discussion. The only one I have is Chair. What time would you like to reconvene?
I would like us to come back here at 7:18, but that's 15 minutes. They're looking at me funny. 7:18, 15 minutes. And in the meantime, we will go into the back room and light the candles on the birthday cake for Ashley Hall's birthday tomorrow. Thank you, 7:18.
I'm no, just, forgive me. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? All those in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. It's Wednesday, February 4th. I'm calling the meeting to order. At this point, we stand and rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Brendan, could you please do roll call for us?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Commissioner Light.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
Commissioner Light,
I'm here.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yep.
Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thank you, Brendan. At this time, I'll open the meeting up for public participation. When you come to do public participation, we ask you to introduce yourself with your name, the county that you live in, and the city or township that you live in, please. We're going to open up with actually public participation that has tried to be here for 3 meetings in a row but hasn't been able to. So Tabitha Reynolds, our Director of Constituent Services, is going to help this member of the public give comment by phone. Also, when you give comment, you have 3 minutes to give comment. There are lights on the dais that indicate your time. Green means go, you're good. Yellow means wrap it up. Red means I'm going to interrupt you and tell you your time is up. Thank you. Tabitha, go ahead.
All right, Mary, you ready?
Yes.
All right, everyone can hear you.
Hi, my name is Mary Sharp. I'm a Northfield Township resident. My address is 8578 Nalla Road. I would like to address the board regarding SWAT reform. I also experienced a situation at my home on June 3rd of 2025. I was not here. My son and his girlfriend were residents at the time. And I believe that the situation was unwarranted. It was a 12-hour standoff. Multiple agencies were here lining down the road. I live on my home, I live here now, is on a 5-acre parcel with one neighbor to the north and one neighbor on the opposite side. My son and his girlfriend was witness to have an altercation at a gas station. My son does not have a long-term history of any kind of criminal record whatsoever, and he's 37 years old. Police came to my home, immediately got who the victim was out of harm's way. My son was here by himself and his dog. He did not threaten nobody. And SWAT was called. To a 12-hour standoff, my son just simply refused to come outside of the house, standing on constitutional grounds because of a previous arrest, false arrest, in which all charges were dropped. So because they considered him barricaded in here, no weapons, no threat of weapons, ensued SWAT team to do a 12-hour standoff. There was no house phone. I was in communication with them. He was no threat to anybody. That was a waste of resources. They destroyed my house with their robot. which I can't afford to pay for. And the only charge that they could pin him to, because the prosecutor.
Mary, I'm sorry, that's time. Mary,
Mary?
I'm sorry, that's time.
Mary, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. That's your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Does. All right. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Thank you.
Hello, colleagues. It's great to see you all. My name is Jason Morgan. I live in Washtenaw County, in the city of Ann Arbor. I'm joined by a few colleagues from the state legislature, Senator Shing.
Sue Shink, I live in Northfield Township, Washtenaw County, and I represent the 14th Senate District.
Senator Dana Polhingy of Livonia, Wayne County.
Senator Rosemary Bayer, I live in Oakland County. I'm representing the people in Northfield Township.
State Representative Matt Colazar. I live in Plymouth Township in Wayne County, and I represent Plymouth, Northville, and a portion of Livonia.
So we shared a letter with you just a little bit ago today, and it brings me no joy to be here asking for anything as a separate unit of government and somebody who served on this board for many years. I know the challenges and the things that you have to weigh as you're making decisions, but wanted to come to weigh in early in the process. I will be clear, I know it's early in the process regarding the proposed or requested expansion for the Salem Mills landfill in Salem Township. Expressing concern that we've heard from a number of residents in the area, certainly a lot of folks from the Northville and Plymouth Township side of the area that are particularly impacted by the landfill. So I'll let others kind of take some time, but I really just wanted to say thank you for listening to us. As you can see, there's a lot of passion from folks in the Northville and Plymouth Township and Salem Township area around this issue. And just really want to make sure that we're weighing in early in the process to share the concerns around this proposed expansion and request that the board, when it finally gets to a decision, would strongly consider those concerns that they're hearing from folks outside of the county necessarily, and to consider that as they make that decision. Particularly, a lot of folks would really prefer that the landfill not be expanded, but I will pass things over to my colleague, Senator Shink.
Thank you. And it is wonderful to see you. I miss serving with you, but also it's important to do all this different work. And I recognize that this is your decision, but that's why we're here asking you for your consideration and help. One of the things that is most kind of jumping out to me is that after a new cell was opened in November of 2025, complaints, which always stay at a certain level, rose from 41 to 199 in just 1 month. And I do recognize that Washtenaw County gets some revenue from the landfill and that revenue is put to good use. At the same time, my guess is that the harm to the residents who are impacted by the landfill is more than that amount of money, and that those good, worthy projects that are being funded by that income revenue right now, we can find a way to fund, because it's important not to do that on the backs of people who are really struggling to stay in their houses. And you're going to hear more from them more. But I look forward to talking to you more in the coming weeks and months, and appreciate your work very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the 3 minutes. I am the state senator for next door district here. Rosemary Bayer includes Northville and Northfield Township. And we understand there are benefits to Washtenaw County and Salem Township for hosting the landfill and the landfill expansion. But as you complete your minerals management plan, I'm asking you as commissioners and the people of Washtenaw County to not only consider the business aspect of effectively adding another landfill, but to consider the human impacts on your neighbors next door. I'm asking you to consider the impact of Arbor Hills on the residents on the other side, just the other side of the county line. These are your neighbors. They have no voice, they have no benefits, and they've been experiencing the smells from Arbor Hills for decades. Arbor Hills and GFL have not shown themselves to be good neighbors. They've received violation after violation been through multiple lawsuits from both the Attorney General and the US EPA, and yet residents are still experiencing issues. In last November alone, there were 114 new complaints from 80 unique people in Northville Township. This isn't just the same people complaining over and over. It's a widespread problem that GFL just doesn't want to bother with. The new site is even closer to houses. Planned proposed site is just 1,000 feet from people living in their homes. If the odors are bad now, imagine how much worse they will be when the landfill is less than half of the current distance from Arbor Hills and the homes now in Northville Township. In an effort to fully understand what was happening in the landfill, I went and visited the site and met with GFL folks, went to the top of the mountain of garbage, striving to breathe without using my nose. It smelled pretty bad. At the top, and I was close, so you could understand why it kind of smelled. I could see the subdivision where the residents and school children were struggling with the smell. I could see them. They are unable to go outside many days. And I could see that other subdivision where the proposed new site will be less than half the distance of the one that's already there. So if it smells at a mile away, how's it going to smell at 1,000 feet away? Those are our neighbors. I asked the executive that was with me on the tour, I said, if it's a smell is this bad already at a mile away, how do you think it's going to be when it's 1,000 feet if you put that new site there? And he just kind of shrugged and didn't care, just doesn't care. They're not good neighbors. Washtenaw can be good neighbors. The people of Washtenaw can be good neighbors. If you need some more space for more landfill, just move it another 1.5 miles away. Give it a little bit of space so we don't do this again to the neighbors, so we don't continue to make it hard for people to go to their backyards and play in the playground. And I know I'm out. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Just come on up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mark Abbo, and I'm the Northville Township Supervisor, obviously in Wayne County. You folks don't have an easy job, and I appreciate what you do. So thank you for this. I'm going to echo some of the same comments. The landfill used to be a good neighbor. They used to be a good neighbor. They were 200 feet high. They expanded 15 some years ago from 200, and they went up to 400 feet. And it was at that point in time they were unable to control the odors that were coming, and they became a nuisance to Northville Township in Wayne County. If you've ever driven by a landfill, you'll see sometimes a flare that burns off the methane. Federal regulations are that they either flare it or they capture it. The reason for that is because methane is toxic to the environment. It's actually 22 times more toxic than carbon dioxide. And they've proven that they cannot control the odors that come from the landfill. The state of Michigan has sued. Northville Township has sued. I have a violations list, and I can give this all to you. List of violations of the Arbor Hills landfill over the last several years. I can give you a list of all of the complaints, the odor complaints that we've received over the last several years. And as it had been indicated, just in the month of November, 199 violations. And residents are asked, don't file a an odor complaint unless it's really serious. So these are the serious ones. I understand that we need new landfills. I understand that we need to do something to deal with our solid waste, but this location is wrong. It had been indicated there is a current buffer of 2,200 feet from the current landfill, and that buffer is not being respected. The proposed new landfill will be less than 1,000 feet. I'm sorry, less than half, 1,000 feet away. And if they're a problem now, they're going to be a bigger problem later. Some of the problems with landfills right now, I think probably goes back to laws of the state of Michigan that deal with them. I would urge you, do not approve this expansion. Do not approve this new landfill. Let's deal with the problem in Lansing. Let's find a different location, and let's make it so that the cost-benefit relationship exists where landfills are. Right now, Salem Township gets all the benefit, and their neighbors get all the problems. Thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration. Well, I approve it, or I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, commissioner comment comes at the end of public comment, so if you're wondering why we're not saying anything, that's why. I also just want to clarify, the MMP or the landfill is not on our agenda tonight, just in case you're curious. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Karen Kalar. I live in Northville Township off 6 Mile, less than a mile from the landfill. I'm here to address the critical issue of the proposed landfill expansion. This is of utmost importance and an issue our community is passionate about. The facts and the reasons from A to Z, which maybe you've heard some, and there's more to come, all the research that's been done, all the facts that we're learning that have been presented to you, I hope you will take to heart. Most importantly, the pollution of our earth, the PFAS, the pollution in our water, the air, the wildlife. It affects us all, county line or no county line. It's going to impact all of us. There's no separation there. The noise from the trucks that go to the landfill, they're supposed to drive down 5 Mile and occasionally disregard, more than occasionally, disregard the signs that say no trucks on 6 Mile, which is all residential. Come by, they're noisy at the site, they're noisy coming down the road. You can hear them, you can feel them. The huge trucks are just, they're too huge for our roads. And it's Wayne County, and we're listening to that. The trash that accumulates from the trucks that I often consistently pick up pounds of so that our earth looks better. As a nurse, I'm concerned about the health implications that all this presents for every one of us. A walk, a run, a bike ride, enjoying time with your family outside, sitting on the porch, on the patio is impeded because of the offensive orders that blow our way, burning our eyes, our noses, our throats, and causing health issues for some. Our community suffers all the negative aspects of the landfill. We reap no rewards, big business benefits. Somebody's making money. We moved to Northville Township with the understanding that the landfill would close in time when it was at full capacity. No knowledge of an expansion. Otherwise, we might not have moved there. Some people have decided not to buy our homes because of the landfill. I ask you to think about how you would feel and think about the expansion if you lived in our community on the opposite side of the county line. I invite you all to drive down 6 Mile and look at this enormous monstrosity of the current landfill. I believe if you lived here in our community and you would share our concerns of why we do not want this expansion. We do not have a vote in this matter, but we do have a voice.
Thank you. That's time.
Good evening. My name is Nan Spike, and I live in Sylvan Township in Washtenaw County. I live on Workner Road in Chelsea with my husband and 2 sons on a 40-acre organic hay farm. I'm here regarding the Washtenaw County Road Commission's Workner Road project. I'm here to speak for the trees. We have approximately 30 old growth hickory and oak trees on our property that are in jeopardy of being cut down for the proposed Workner Road project. This is a scenic country road. The past month has been emotionally draining for our entire neighborhood and incredibly disappointed in the Washtenaw County Road Commission's lack of stewardship. We shouldn't have to fight for the trees. Washtenaw County Road Commission has the authority and responsibility to preserve and protect these historic giants. Today, over 99% of oak savannas in Michigan are gone, but the less than 1% that remain support more rare and declining wildlife and plant species than any other habitat type in Michigan. The original and planned design was to significantly widen, pulverize, and pave Werkner Road without consideration for the environmental and ecological impact and historic significance of the old growth trees. The lack of communications with residents was disturbing. It wasn't until stakes were driven into the ground on our properties and we started asking questions did we become aware of the planned widening. After demanding more information and voicing our discontent in opposition to the widening, the Washtenaw County Road Commission made the decision to consider revising the design. Werkner Road does need to be repaved and drainage issues addressed, but the trees need to be considered in an alternative design engineered, which includes the trees. My 13-year-old son and I measured the girth of several white oaks along our property with a forestry diameter tape to calculate their ages. They range from 150 to 300 years old. Oaks are known for their longevity. White oaks have been known to live 600 years, and other oak species over 1,000. These trees are adolescents, just like my sons. They are irreplaceable and deserve to live out their natural lifespans, gracing Washtenaw County's landscape for future generations. Thank you for listening this evening and for your thoughtful consideration of this project.
Thank you.
They're my trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Leslie Pansika Glapa, and I live in Washtenaw, Webster Township. And I am also here in behalf of saving these beautiful oak trees. I don't know if the commission, the road commission is considering that there's animals that live in these beautiful trees, woodpeckers, birds, squirrels, all these, they're just gonna slaughter their homes. And there's a book called The Hidden Secret of Trees. And these beautiful trees, they network underground. There's a root system and they all are underground networking and communicating with each other. So the mama trees, the 300-year-olds, are going to be gone. But I also wanted to share a story about Coco the gorilla. Coco was born in 1971. A Western lowland gorilla who became famous for communicating through a modified form of American Sign Language. Taught by Penny Patterson, she learned thousands of spoken words showing remarkable emotional intelligence. Coco died peacefully in her sleep on June 19, 2018 at age 46. A widely shared video of her signing a message about protecting nature was later clarified as a scripted awareness video, not her literal last words, but it still reflected the bond she helped build between humans and animals. So she literally sign language, and these were her words. I am gorilla. I am flowers, animals. I am nature. Man, Coco, love. Earth, Coco, love. But man, stupid. Stupid, exclamation point. Coco, sorry. Coco, cry. Time, hurry. Fix Earth. Help Earth. Hurry. Protect Earth. Nature, see you. Thank you. Thank you for considering keeping these beautiful trees. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sheila. I live in Webster Township. Oh, that was tough to hear. I'm here today to talk to you about the road commission and the Werkner Road trees. I know all of you are very busy and not had a chance to drive out there, so I brought you those pictures. I hope you get a chance to look at them. The road commission is in total disregard of our environment again. This $600,000 project that us taxpayers are paying for is just ridiculous. And the guy that planned this project should be fired, as his values do not align with the environment at all. We got terrible dirt roads, we got potholes galore, and they're wasting our money cutting down old heritage trees, putting paved shoulders and curbs on rural backcountry roads. Who comes up with these projects? Make it make sense. The only response we get is safety, but that is just a bunch of crap. They have made this argument over and over in the 2019 tree battle and in the 2020 toxic spray battle. Statistics show tree-lined roads slow drivers down. Wider roads make people go faster. This safety excuse is a bunch of BS. Now, 250 years later, these trees are a safety hazard. These trees are not dead nor sick and part of a thriving ecosystem of this neighborhood. The area is mostly farmland, so most of the trees in the neighborhood are the ones that line this road. These trees are not dangerous. Cars are dangerous. Distracted drivers are dangerous. We have plenty of street lights and telephone poles lining our roads. Should we cut those down too in the name of safety? And by the way, these trees have been here long before automobiles were even around. They deserve to live. Every single resident on this road does not want their trees cut down in their front yard, period. The community has been begging the road commission for over 2 months, asking them over the phone, meeting in person, emailing them, showing up at meetings, and yet they still haven't said they would save one single tree. Any day they might start cutting. This project might start next week. And you know what? They have started cutting trees before public meetings in the past. So you know what? I beg you, call them, protect the trees, call them tonight. We cannot wait. We have to act now. We cannot stop the road commission without your help. We have 1,488 signatures on the petition right now. Please help us. Today, I bring you a gift, a #1 New York Times best-selling book by Dr. Seuss. It's called The Lorax. Maybe you've heard of it. Please read it. It only takes 5 minutes. The Lorax speaks for the trees, and today I am the Lorax. I also bring you a copy of my road commission speech and their response. It's inside and a map of what they want to do. And also the petition link. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Who can I pass this to? Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kathy Squires. Concerning the widening of the road, Workner Road in Washtenaw County, near Chelsea. Safety is often cited with their proposals, the road commissioner's proposals to take down trees. I'd like to see anybody show how a tree has hurt a person that wasn't a drunk driver, or any of these trees actually harming anybody driving down the road. Workner Road, by the county's own reports, is one of the safest roads. Why would we be concerned about the safety by taking down 100-year-old plus trees? There's a lot of research supporting arguments against widening rural roads. Lots of research, anybody at their fingertips, major research in 2013 shows that widening rural roads focus on the perpetuation of car dependency. It increases urban sprawl. It increases environmental degradation and the destruction of rural character. Widening projects often lead to induced demand and encourage further low-density development, urban sprawl. Also, you know, we have a concern about what our money is being spent on. People need housing. Why are we spending money on widening a road that doesn't need to be widened? The average cost to remove a 100-year-old mature oak tree is $3,500. It can get up to $15,000 if you're going to be removing stumps. Conversely, planting 3 6 to 8 foot tall new oak trees may cost about $1,500 for all 3. So at the very, very least, if you're going to be taking out trees for no good reason, please replace them. Washtenaw County you guys have oversight for the Washtenaw County Road Commission, and all we have is a tree policy. The road commissioners make their decisions on what they do with these trees. Who's really profiting, taking down all of this timber? It's just destruction and a waste of taxpayer money as far as I'm concerned. Again, there's other things to address, like paving roads that have potholes and addressing speeding limits and such like that, rather than taking down trees and widening roads that don't need to be widened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Stambo-Lally. I live in Dexter Township, Michigan. I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the trees that are potentially subject for removal on Workner Road located in Sylvan Township. I am a lifelong resident of Dexter Township, and in all of my years, I can count on one hand how many times I've had the need to travel down that stretch of Workner Road. I'm sure all of this comes down to grant funding, which is another concern. There is so much more important infrastructure that needs to be addressed in and around our community, so it baffles me as to why the Road Commission feels the need to provide such extensive tree removal to a minimally traveled road. I have a list of questions I want answers to, but I will limit my questions to 2, realizing that you cannot answer them. Number 1, were traffic studies performed to determine how much traffic is traveling down that road? Number 2, what is the reasoning? Is it potential dangers? If so, how many accidents, if any, have occurred to make such a detrimental environmental decision? I realize that you cannot provide me with these answers because the WCRC has no oversight. I want to emphasize this to the board: without direct authority from the commissioners who appoint them, it feels like a betrayal to the residents of the communities that our concerns are not being listened to. Again, as a lifelong resident, I feel it would be absolutely disgraceful to eliminate beautiful, healthy heritage trees and destroy our natural rural character. I appreciate your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jen Boharsky. I'm a resident of Northville Township in Wayne County. I'm here today to thank the Washtenaw County Environmental Council for their recent public and unanimous opposition to the expansion and creation of a landfill associated with Arbor Hills. The Environmental Council advises on policies that protect the health, safety, environment, and quality of life for Washtenaw County residents. But in this case, their actions are also felt by communities beyond Washtenaw County, and I'm grateful for their support. Arbor Hills landfill currently sits at the southwest corner of Napier and 6 Mile Roads in Salem Township. Because the wind generally blows from west to east, having a landfill on the county's easternmost border means that many of the people most impacted by odors, loose trash, and excessive truck traffic don't live in Washtenaw County. They, like me, live in Wayne County. It's my hope that the residents of Washtenaw County, especially constituents in Districts 1 and 3, never have to experience the frustrations of being impacted by a landfill with little to no recourse to fight it. Arbor Hills has a long history of noncompliance and lack of accountability, which is partially outlined in the Environmental Council's resolution. This can make it difficult to reconcile with GFL, Arbor Hills operator, when they bring up all of the things they've done for the community, such as a network of air monitors to detect hydrogen sulfide and methane emissions, or operating a household hazardous waste collection site for surrounding residents. It's not difficult to reconcile that once you realize that those activities were required by a consent judgment, which resulted from a 2020 landfill or lawsuit filed by Eagle and the Michigan Attorneys General, focused on failures in landfill gas capture and leachate management. These are not things that GFL has done out of the kindness of their hearts or the concern for a community. For the sake of today, let's give those involved with allowing Arbor Hills to first begin operations in the late 60s the benefit of the doubt. Let's imagine that everyone expected that the landfill would operate as a good neighbor and would follow the rules required by the state. For this board, though, that benefit can no longer be afforded. We now have years of proof that those expectations are very wrong. If the Board of Commissioner allows for the expansion of Arbor Hills, you can no longer use the excuse of we didn't know or they said they'd do the right thing. If you allow the landfill to expand to be closer to homes, schools, and wetlands, then you own at least some responsibility in the decades of future harm that will be caused to the health of your constituents, the well-being of communities surrounding the landfill, and the environment, which impacts all of Southeast Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vidushi Maru, and I live in Northville. I've lived in Northville since 2008. Became aware of the landfill surprisingly in 2017 when it started to just smell really, really bad. I drove a half hour to be here for a long day of work on a school night because I feel that something vital has been missing from the discussion, the experience of the people who already live downwind of Arbor Hills landfill. So yesterday morning while my son was waiting for the bus, the smell was really bad. It was kind of odor that made me want him to stay in the car until I saw the lights of the bus so he would make the bus. But I wish I could have bottled it and brought it with me tonight so you could experience what our families live with. And I wish that you would be able to come to a landfill town hall meeting that we have in Northville so you can really see the community support for what we are bringing to you today. So today I'm here to help protect my community, my home, my children, my dog, the place where we're supposed to feel safe. No matter what promises are made about controls or compliance, past performance is the best predictor of future behavior, and the history of this landfill has been one of repeated flagrant violations, persistent odors, water pollution, noise, litter, truck traffic, and we even have vultures that sit on the homes in our neighborhoods. So do we need another landfill in Michigan? By many accounts, no. We have excess landfill capacity in the state, and recycling incentives will sort of add to that landfill capacity. Does Washtenaw County need this landfill for its own waste? From what I hear, no. Much of the trash brought to Arbor Hills comes from outside the county and even outside our country. So the question becomes, should a new landfill be sited just north of the current site at the ongoing expense of entire neighboring communities because we will have to list that landfill on the disclosures whenever we try to sell our homes. So should the current operator be rewarded yet another opportunity to do better? And I would argue no. Either they cannot comply with regulations or they choose not to. But how many chances should a company be given? How many times must we be told to trust them again, they're doing the right thing, it'll be okay, don't worry about it. Northville and the surrounding towns bear the burden while others reap the rewards. And if the goal is jobs or revenue, there are countless places to site a landfill away from neighborhoods, schools, and families. I love my home in Northville. I do not want to move. I do not want to have to move. So please take our concerns seriously. Please listen to the people who will live with the consequences of your decision on a daily basis. I urge you, do not allow this new landfill to move forward. Don't let this proposal see the light of day. Please choose the health, dignity, and future of all our communities. And I know you'll do your due diligence, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Flinoff. I'm a resident of Wayne County in Detroit, but I represent Friends of the Rouge as the executive director, and a large portion of our watershed exists in Washtenaw County. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization founded in 1986 to restore, protect, and enhance the Rouge River watershed. The current Arbor Hills landfill discharges pollutants into Johnson Creek, the only cold water tributary to the Rouge River and home to the most diverse aquatic ecosystem in the Rouge River watershed. Friends of the Rouge has been monitoring the benthic macroinvertebrate, or bug, and fish populations in Johnson Creek since 2002. Our data demonstrates the stream's diversity as having some of the highest scoring sites based on the Michigan Clean Water Corps stream quality protocols for benthic macroinvertebrates, or bugs. The stream is home to many sensitive macroinvertebrate communities such as stoneflies, caddisflies, and mayflies. Johnson Creek is also home to a diversity of fish species, including the Michigan endangered red-side dace minnow and other sensitive fish species such as mottled sculpin, brown trout, and rainbow darter. The northern portion of the area that the landfill is proposing to expand into is almost 100% wetland and contains a tributary to Johnson Creek. We've already lost most of our wetlands in Southeast Michigan and cannot afford to lose any more. Adding more leachate will only further harm the creek. Expansion of the Arbor Hills landfill will significantly increase the amount of stormwater and leachate discharge into Johnson Creek and will increase pollutants such as PFAS and PFOS. both of which have been documented in water testing as well as in fish we have caught in Johnson Creek downstream from the discharge for the current landfill. This proposed expansion will cause irreparable damage to the ecosystems and to the public health across the watershed, and especially to the citizens of Northville. Friends of the Rouge is actively opposed to the proposed expansion of Arbor Hills. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa McIntyre. I'm a resident of Northville Township in Wayne County. I currently serve also on the Northville School Board. In 2017, I joined the executive board for the PTA as vice president of Ridgewood Elementary. Immediately, the board started hearing concerns from parents whose children were upset about recess time that was impacted by odors from the landfill. We as the PTA raised the concern to the school board, our township board of trustees, and our state legislators. We have seen good action in our community to bring awareness to this problem in Northville. I personally have watched neighbors and friends move to different parts of our community to live a greater distance from the odors of the landfill because they were unbearable. They had an impossible time enjoying their backyards, their front yards, and time with their children. I want you to consider the perspective of a child. You look to the adults around you to protect yourself from the many dangers that exist. As a child, you don't know what those dangers are. As the adults here in Washtenaw County who can have impact as the leaders who make decisions about what can and cannot happen in Washtenaw County, please consider the hundreds of children who play on the elementary playground with the hill of the landfill as the landscape behind their school. I don't know if you've ever been to Ridgewood Elementary, but it's quite a sight. It's a beautiful school, it's a new school, and behind it is a very tall hill of trash. Please consider the health impacts of the current landfill, and I urge you to vote against the expansion of the landfill to the north side of 6 Mile. Like I said, I'm currently serving my second term on the Northville School Board, and during my first term, the school board approved the installation of the air quality monitoring system at the elementary school I just referenced. Northville School Board has established strong partnerships with Northville Township, Northville City, our state legislators. And I'm here to ask you all to work in partnership with your neighbors on the other side of the county line. It's an imaginary line, but it's there. I believe we are always better together, and our decisions influence our communities, our collective communities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashok. I live in Northville Township, Washtenaw County. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to voice our concern here. In my professional life, I evaluate complex deals, assess vendor performance, and manage long-term risk, what we are going through right now here. Any successful project requires three things: a clear market need, a trustworthy operator, and an acceptable risk profile. I will quickly talk these three. Let's look at the business case. The data is clear. Michigan already possesses over 20 years of landfill capacity. We have excess space available right now at Woodland Meadows and other facilities. Furthermore, state policy is actively pivoting towards waste reduction and recycling. Approving a new landfill with a 50+ year lifespan right now is backward-looking strategy. It's investing in obsolete technology, and the market is moving in the opposite direction. Number two, vendor performance trust argument. We must evaluate the partner. Since 2016, this operator has logged at least 60 environmental violations. They have paid over $1.5 million in fines and were forced to spend more than $25 million in operational failures. On top of that, they received more than 1,600 odor complaints over the last 2 years. Point three, risk management. We're going to talk about liability. The concealment of PFOS discharge data into Johnson Creek is a massive red flag. An operator that hides data regarding toxic contamination cannot be trusted to self-regulate. Additionally, the financial structure here is not equitable. Salem Township collects the revenue, roughly $3.2 million annually, while boasting a $20 million surplus funds. Meanwhile, Northville and Plymouth bear the operational cost and road wear and risk around health issues. I'd like to conclude this proposal is unnecessary, the operator is unreliable, and the risks are unmanageable. Thank you once again for providing this opportunity.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? All right. My name's Azam, like Shazam.
and I'm from Wayne County, neighbors with Washtenaw County. And although I do love the trees, I'm not here for the trees. I'm here for their arbor landfills. So, okay. So I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed new landfill and express my support for Environmental Council's resolution. Living near the existing landfill has already taken a real toll on residents' daily lives. Persistent odors make it difficult or impossible to sit outside or open windows. And these odors often bring headaches, throat irritation, and ongoing discomfort. The constant truck noise and backup alarms disrupt sleep and peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhoods. Importantly, this isn't just a matter of nuisance. Peer-reviewed scientific studies consistently show that living near landfills is linked with measurable health impacts. A community health survey found that residents living close to a landfill reported higher rates of headaches, sore throat, eye irritation, fatigue, and respiratory symptoms compared to those further away, attributed to gases like hydrogen sulfide and other emissions from waste sites. A cohort study of more than 240,000 people living within 5 kilometers of multiple landfills in Italy found that exposure to a landfill-related airborne contamination was associated with increased mortality from lung cancer and respiratory illnesses, and higher hospitalization rates from respiratory illnesses, especially among the children. Systematic reviews of municipal solid waste sites show some evidence of increased risk for respiratory diseases, adverse birth outcomes, and negative mental health effects such as stress and anxiety among nearby residents. Quality of life research shows that people living near waste facilities report lower overall well-being, more health symptoms, and increased fear about future health impacts compared to those living farther away. These studies are not isolated anecdotes. They represent findings from multiple countries and diverse populations. They demonstrate that the impacts are not just about perception, but are tied to both physical symptoms and long-term health concerns that many residents here are already experiencing firsthand. Commissioners, the residents you represent are living within these burdens every day, and your neighbors. Approving a new landfill or expanding the footprint of the current one will only exacerbate the ongoing smells, stress, and potentially harmful exposures people now face. This issue goes beyond inconvenience. It's about public health, quality of life, and environmental justice for entire communities in Washtenaw and Wayne County. Please protect our health, our environment, and our community by opposing the new landfill proposal and supporting the Environmental Council's resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if this noise didn't annoy you, imagine living with it every day.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shafali Gupta. I live in Northville, Wayne County. I'm here to urge you to strongly oppose the expansion of a repeatedly violating and polluting landfill. I urge each of you today, not as a commissioner, but as a good neighbor, responsible citizen, and just an empathetic human being. Let me paint a picture for you of what it's like to live near a landfill. Imagine the scene. You open the door and see new families with young kids move into the neighborhoods, the new condos and townhomes that are being built all over Northville and Plymouth, and wonder what lies they are being told. This is the reality of what life looks like when you live near a landfill. Many times I've had this question thrown at me, why don't you move? I ask you the same question today. If this happened to you, would it be that easy for you to move? With kids in the school, their friends, the community you have built, your family, your jobs, when all your energy is put into paying your bills and bringing up a family, would you want the stress of not only finding a new house, but leaving everything you know behind? These are neighborhoods all around, there are neighborhoods all around the area of the landfill. Families with young kids who are working hard to put their kids through schools are paying their taxes and just being good citizens. They don't deserve this polluting neighbor to expand in their backyard. There is an elementary school right next to the landfill. Every time I pass by and see the little innocent kids running around with abandon in the shadow of the landfill, I ask myself if I'm doing enough to guarantee their health and future. The kids of Northville and Plymouth need us adults to make sure that they grow up in a place that is pollution-free and that their hometown is not swallowed up by a profit-seeking, violating landfill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Norman Weber, 6710 Morton Road, Chelsea, Michigan, Sylvan Township. I, like many others, have come to speak here about the trees, not only about the trees, but the expansion of the Workner Road project. My family has lived on the corner of Workner Road between Ivy and M52 for over 75 years. We have farmed that land almost all of those years. Myself and 4 other people also farm on Workner Road. The Washtenaw County Road Commission says that widening the road will make it safer. How is it safer when these cars are already going over 55 miles an hour? When I pull out on a tractor with a hay wagon, when I plow my driveway in the wintertime, I am constantly having to dodge very, very fast traffic. But my major concern is the authoritarian nature of the Washtenaw County Road Commission. We have presented petitions, we have come to meetings, we have spoken. They've been willingly deceitful in their plans for our road. How is it this county commission has no oversight by anyone, and what they want is what they get? They say they want to work with us, but yet they haven't talked to us. How is this acceptable? Yes, I stand to lose a lot of trees. I have some walnut trees that are over 6 feet in diameter that may be cut down. We don't know. But I don't think safety is their main concern. There have been 6 accidents in the last 5 years. 5 of them concern deer. Now, has anyone talked to the deer about this expansion? We know wider roads, less trees, faster traffic. How is that going to affect everyone on the road? These are my questions. Thank you for your concern.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gregerson, and I live in Washtenaw County in Pittsfield Township. And I also work for MSU Extension as a horticulture educator in the Washtenaw office. And so I really am just here today to introduce you to myself. So I've been with Extension for about 3 years, and I'm in the Washtenaw office on Tuesdays and Fridays. Anybody wants to come visit. Otherwise, I spend my time over in the Livingston office because I split my time between the 2 counties. So when I'm not in the office, or I'm sorry, when I'm in the office, I help residents with soil tests and dropping off plant samples for diagnostics, and I answer questions for the Lawn and Garden Hotline and Ask Extension. So I brought you bookmark so you can all share this. These are especially handy when you're in the garden and you find an insect or plant or see a disease and you don't know what it is. You can just use the QR code and let us know and we'll help you figure it out. I also want to let you know that we sell soil tests in our office. And last year we sold over 170 to residents of Washtenaw County and over 50 commercial soil tests. I also manage the Master Gardener program in Washtenaw County, where we have over 120 active Master Gardeners. The Foundations of Gardening is a basic gardening course. It's a 10-week online course. And it's also the first step to become a Master Gardener. I also oversee the Master Gardeners in 6 counties, which include Washtenaw, Livingston, Lenawee, Hillsdale, Monroe, and Jackson. And I'll be hosting a recognition event, which is partially why I'm here. I want to invite all of you to come to the event, meet the Master Gardeners, learn about all the good work that they do. The recognition event is going to be about the projects that they do around the community. And so we would love it if you would be there. It's on Saturday, February 21st. And I'll also be hosting the Smart Garden Conference with horticulture educators from Wayne County and Oakland County, and that'll be at the end of March. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
How y'all doing? My name is Duran Witherspoon Sr. I am the CEO of Power Peace Enterprises. It's a local advocacy organization in Ypsilanti, Michigan. I am a Ward 1 resident and business owner. By natural trait, I am a human rights advocate, project liaison. But today I stand to y'all as a man that has had a rough life and changed it through tragedy. And I'm here on this platform to say that from Ypsilanti, I would like to get more inclined to what's going on in the county level. I've been on the CVI platform for 2 years, and I've been more stuck in the 48197 and 98 area code. But I would like to be more abreast of what's going on in Washtenaw County as a whole, because we are a family. And if I'm going to be a community liaison, I need to know everybody around me. And I would like to bring awareness to the things that my organization has going on this year in the cause of crime prevention and trying to give our community people another way of looking at their trauma. I do a lot of programming based on cognitive behavior therapy and self-mastery, and I infuse it with entrepreneurial and academic development. I work with a lot of organizations out here, and I just want to share light to y'all. I know y'all have a tough platform to deal with, so I appreciate y'all time and energy. I've seen a lot of you people out here in the actual community, so I'm glad to meet the rest of y'all. I'm not gonna hold y'all time, but I need y'all help. I'm only one person. My organization is only one person. We are a grassroots organization. We just trying to make sure people doing the right thing. We know how hard it becomes, and I feel like if you believe in some kind of higher power, you know that you're going to survive. That's what's inside us. But my problem is that people don't understand that in order to thrive, it's going to take resources. People don't want to hear go talk to God about it because they do that on their own. They want to hear, how can I help and how can I genuinely help? So if y'all can get my name, number, and stuff like that, I would love for y'all to get in touch with me so y'all can actually hear the voices of the people that's scared to come in here. That maybe they don't want to tell everybody their business like I would. So when I stand here on behalf of my community wholeheartedly, saying that my email address is ppecoachspoon734@gmail.com. My number is 734-896-0108. I am under cultural integration with the beer cooler. That information is public. And I would love for y'all to get in tune with that, but I'm only one person. I'm busy, so if you can catch me there or the Ypsi District Library on Michigan Ave, it's pretty cold at the cooler, so I'm over there. We have a Ypsi debate team that we bring in, so if you know anybody in that area that wants to get on with mock trials, or we the people, we would love for them to get down. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gerard Hello. I live in Northville in Wayne County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Honestly, this is great to have a voice. I know I've been hearing a lot from everyone, and the fact that we're able to come and talk here, this is an incredible opportunity. I want to start by grounding this in a very personal and a very serious matter. We've been hearing about this all night, and I kind of want to echo it in a personal way. My family and I moved to Michigan intentionally. I came to the US 25 years ago, and I've lived all across the country, East Coast, West Coast, and now here. And we chose this community because the quality of life, the people, the ability to actually be outdoor. And this is probably the first place in the US where people really love being here, and I love that. But I do have young kids. I worry about them. We all worry about our kids. This is the future. I want to play with my kids outside. I spend a lot of time outside. And part of being outside is dealing with a smell, dealing with a view. And what bothered me a lot when this topic started coming up in our neighborhood was that people were claiming that this odor or this smell is not real, that people are filing these complaints just to make a case. And I'm here just to say, no, this is real. This is not just a feeling. People don't go out of their way to just open up a website and file a complaint. We have other stuff to do. There's reports multiple times a week, even in the dead winter. I mean, this is so cold outside. I'm still new to Michigan. And when I walk outside, I hate the cold, but then the smell, I hate it more. And if it's like this time of the year, I can just imagine what my summer is going to be like. What's frustrating and honestly concerning is that people are still continuing to say that we're exaggerating this. This is not being sensitive. This is really being honest. You're hearing from real people, people living in a neighborhood, people who every day go to work and have to deal with this. The landfill is not a short-term decision. This is a commitment that we have to endure. This is a place where our families are going to live. Approving this new landfill near existing neighborhoods is actually sending a bad signal. For the longest time, I thought, and I read about Michigan's policy about reducing the landfills. And I know we are at the forefront of being so advocate for environment, and this is really sending the wrong signal. I appreciate everything you're doing, and I hope you guys can listen more to what we're asking for and be our voice in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, I'm Leslie Evans, and I live in Northville, close to the landfill. You've been hearing a lot from a lot of our representatives today. I'm on the board of the Conservancy Initiative, and I've toured the landfill like you have. And because we have so many people here tonight, I also understand that you don't want long meetings. And we could hear from every single person here, and we'd all be worn out, and we don't make good decisions when that happens. So what I'd like to do is ask everyone in this room behind me to please stand and show that you are representing our effort to oppose the landfill, and then we'll be done with our comments. Thank you, and we appreciate your attention and your kind consideration of all of our comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vasu Marla. I live in Northwood Township. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to strongly oppose any landfill expansion or new landfill development in this area. This concern isn't just limited to individual residents. The Washtenaw County Environmental Council recently voted unanimously to oppose the proposed landfill in Salem Township. A unanimous vote from a regional environment reflects serious concern about public health, environmental risk, and long-term regional impact. Residents already live with the consequences of these landfill operations: the persistent odors, air quality issues, truck traffic, noise, and ongoing fears about water contamination. These are not hypothetical concerns. They are daily realities. Expansion definitely doesn't address these problems. It extends and magnifies them. Landfills are long-term infrastructure with permanent risk, as you all know. Expansion increases the likelihood of methane emissions, irreversible harm to groundwater and nearby waterways. Once the contamination occurs, it cannot be undone. It can only be managed after damage is already done. This is also a matter of fairness. Our community is being asked to accept a disproportionate share of this regional waste while bearing the environmental and health consequences locally. Increased truck traffic area affects our road safety, infrastructure, and quality of life. The Environmental Council's resolution underscores an important point. This is not the future we should be building. I urge to deny landfill expansion and new landfill proposals and choose sustainable, forward-looking solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Petrosky. I'm a property owner in Salem Township in Washtenaw County. Someone you probably haven't heard too much from this evening. I live due south of the landfill. As I walked out my door this evening, I got a pungent odor from the north. You know what that came from. They've been talking about it all night long. We've endured the odors, pollution, traffic, contamination, the surrounding land and water for far too long. We've been promised for years that once the landfill reached its capacity from our local leaders in Salem Township, Salem Township, yes, that once that was filled, we were done. So I urge you tonight to deny the approval of a new landfill and any expansion beyond the current point. We've been the dumping ground for surrounding communities, other counties that bring their trash to us here in Salem Township and in Washtenaw County, and even Canadian neighbors for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Raj Mumineni. I live in Northville Township in Wayne County, right across from the landfill. I know some of my neighbors here have made a lot of points. I want to highlight a couple of things. Take a data-driven approach about the landfill compliance by this company. The orders were, we've asked the landfill to implement the perimeter monitoring sensors as part of a consent agreement a couple of years ago. And thus, we have scientific data that we can prove when the landfill perimeter monitors show that there is excessive methane emissions coming from the landfill, and that is exactly when the odor complaints are coming in. So nobody is making any of these odor complaints out of, just to stop the landfill. We are making the odor complaints exactly and only when we are smelling the dump. And just to give you an example, we are going through these 3 weeks of severe cold weather, right? Single digits, negative temperatures. On February 1st, just a few days ago, there were nearly 70 odor reports in just one evening alone. This is not people talking to each other. These are not people going out for evening walk. They're just probably getting out of their cars, getting into the house, or dropping their kids off, picking them from the school bus, whatever. They could not stand it. In just a matter of 4 hours, 70 odor complaints. Imagine that, right? And just to want to emphasize how bad the situation is for us. I know the landfill was built 40 years ago. Not many homes are around it, but now their population has grown. There are a lot more residents around the neighborhood. It is just impossible for a landfill to be operated without impacting the neighboring community's health and well-being. I would like to sincerely request you to consider the health effects of operating a massive landfill with such close proximity to so many residents and impacting their health. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kevin Kabelski. I'm a resident of Northville Township. I want to focus in on one particular aspect. Many of the things have been brought up tonight. And what I want to highlight is that there are many of these details about all the bad conditions. And what I want to highlight is that it's a fact that these violations have led to lawsuits and things like that. And for me, I don't want to waste your time arguing the facts of that because there are other venues where that's happening. I look at your role you have an organization that's coming to you to ask for permission. It's a privilege that they're asking you to extend to them. It's not their right. And so the question is for you, as hardworking public servants, is to say, okay, what are my duties? And so the question is, if you look at the party who's making the request, a party who's violating laws, they're not just violating the convenience or comforts of these people, though they are. They're violating laws. And if we're a nation, a community of laws, if an applicant is violating laws, I ask you, how can you approve that? It's not, it could be, though it's, in my mind, it's not necessary for you to take on the role of being a legal evaluator. But I would think you would say there are legal channels that we've established as a law-abiding community. And if you haven't met those standards, then you shouldn't be coming to us to ask for a privilege. Right? And so to the extent that you support this application for someone who many of us believe, and we can give you all the details you want, as to whether they're worthy of a privilege, to me, what signal are you sending? Oh, yes, you're a violator. Yes, you know your business, but you violate the law continuously. And you could speak to the people on the legal side of the house who that's what they do for a living. And they'll tell you that. So what signal do you want to send? How do you see your responsibilities? So I would strongly urge you that based on that, they are not worthy of the privilege. If they were a different operator, we have many responsible operators in the state who don't have these problems. Then, okay, in my personal mind.
Thank
we
you,
have a
that's
different
time.
discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep,
Thank you.
thanks.
Good evening. My name is Shekhar Arasana. I'm a resident of Northville Township, very close to the landfill. I really feel sad that I got to be here to complain to my neighbor that my neighbor is, emitting noxious gases and toxic water. I mean, it's really sad that I had to come and plead. I got to come and plead to a neighbor that please give me a chance to breathe fresh air. All I'm asking is give me my right, basic human right to breathe fresh air. Is that too much to ask from my neighbor? Please keep that in mind. Expanding the landfill will only make it worse. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jean Wallace. I live in Webster Township, Washtenaw County. And I'm here about the trees, but more importantly, about the road commission. This is the third time in the last 6 years that I've come to speak before this board with concerns over the road commission not being respectful or responsive to residents' concerns in Washtenaw County. And I know that there were changes made in the past, but we seem to be back where we were 6 years ago with them not listening, not giving us or allowing us any avenue of recourse. There's no one for us to go to, the Washtenaw County Conservation District. Who do we go to get the road commission to have some respect for our environment? And every single one of us knows that we're dealing with climate change and that trees are one of our major resources in terms of oxygen, cooling the climate. I could go on and on. But I mostly want to concentrate on the fact that the road commission, once again, feels like a big bully. And I don't know how many times we have to try and resolve that issue or try to find a way to work with them. I would suggest a committee that has maybe 2 people from the road commission, several environmentalists from our Washtenaw County Conservation District. Ann Arbor is Tree City, for God's sake, what, we really need to pay more attention to the way that they are not caring for our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Bruce. I reside at 10478 North Territorial Road, Salem Township. I'm in support of the landfills expansion, and I'll tell you why. It has been there for approximately 70 years, long before most of these people ever moved to the landfill. The landfill didn't move to them. So we need a place for our waste to go to. The gases aren't going to stop being burned off for at least the next 30 years. So by not allowing the expansion of that landfill is not going to stop the smells. No one likes the smells. If you travel down 275 through Van Buren and Canton Township, they get the smells down there. So do we close the landfill and not do the expansion in Salem Township because people move close to the landfill? Because their leaders allowed them to come. They allowed the development of neighborhoods to be developed there. They should hold their townships and their cities responsible. They brought them there. They built it. I don't believe that we should be sending our garbage, which we're taking almost 50% in Salem Township of Washtenaw County's waste, okay? Which is good. Keep it in our community. We should not be sending it down to lower income because the higher class people, as they want to hold themselves, think that it should go to a lower class neighborhood. It should stay there. And as someone spoke earlier, they said, how can the Johnson Creek be contaminated when there's trout in the river, right? So I support the landfill to expand across the street. It's been there a long time. It's not going to hurt anything to go across the street. These people knew when they built their homes, they bought their homes, that landfill was there. They should not have came there if they didn't want it. They talk about their air quality. It's gotta be somewhere. So I strongly urge you guys to keep the landfill where it's at. We have no landfills in Washtenaw County. We have a responsibility to hold some of the waste ourselves in our county, not send it out to somewhere else and put it on their back. It comes from your homes, my home. I live 1 mile from the landfill. I'm gonna tell you, maybe once a year, I may smell it. It's just the way life is. You know, it can't all be great. And it can't just be put in someone else's backyard all the time. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Chandra Pisar, resident of Northville Township. I'm not shocked to hear that the landfill people are recommending that they'd like the landfill expanded. That's not a shocker. This is a question about repeated violations of the law, which is a fact over and over. So it's not a matter of, well, you know, there's going to be smells because it's going to go for the next 30 years. That's not a reason to allow law violators, a company with a proven negative track record, to then expand because, oh, well, it's there, so let's just keep going. That's flawed logic. I couldn't stand not saying something. So thank you for this forum. We know you're a different county, but you are excellent neighbors to allow us to come in and have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Gretchen Driscoll, and I was elected as the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner effective January 2025. I understand that the Board of Commissioners received a resolution from the Washtenaw County Environmental Council dated January 27, 2026, that is included in your communications for tonight's agenda packet. This resolution begins, quote, resolution recommending that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners vote against approval of the proposed expansion or creation of a new landfill associated with the Arbor Hills landfill in Salem Township, Michigan, close quote. This resolution was prepared without reaching out to my office. This circumstance is extremely disappointing because jurisdiction for the landfill is within my office. It is my understanding that a presentation was made last November to the Environmental Council from a Wayne County resident, and that is the basis for much of the resolution's points. I have spoken recently with the Eagle Air Quality Department, and the current operator has improved operations substantially since their ownership began in late 2020. Our Board of Public Works is responsible for the current solid waste management plan. In 2022, the state passed PA 115, which mandates a process for materials management. This Board of Commissioners appointed a Materials Management Committee, the MMPC, as required by state law in 2024 to develop this process. Since November of 2024, the MMPC, comprised of 13 stakeholder members, has been meeting to develop the plan, which they will vote on and will send to this Board of Commissioners for a vote. The plan will include many aspects, ranging from a siting process, capacity for waste, recycling and organics, recycling accessibility requirements, and most importantly, implementation and diversion goals. The MMPC will not be discussing siting until later. To date, the MMPC has been focusing on how to minimize waste that goes into the landfill, and you can see all the minutes and the presentations on our website. And you may remember, we did a presentation on diverting food waste, and that's a major contributor to the landfill. Last fall, in front of this body, we had a pilot grant to collect residential food waste around the county, and we were one of 3 counties in the country to get this grant. So we are working diligently to address the concerns. Theo Egermont, our Director of Public Works and designated planning agent, will be presenting to this board at your work session on March 4th. At that time, you will have an opportunity to learn more about how our office, the Materials Management Division, protects the environment through our recycling and home toxics programs. Additionally, I believe the current landfill operator will share facts about operations of the facility and how operations have changed since 2022. I believe in taking a best practices approach to policy implementation, and I think this board has the same value. I ask this board to not take a position on landfill expansion until the MMPC has voted on a draft that considers the public input, which is comprised of public hearings and a 60-day public comment,
Gretchen,
as the
that's
state law
time.
requires.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we have a flow chart that I've had.
We got it.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks.
Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. I'm just going to ask Representative Morgan to talk with Jimmy Wilson Jr. on the bills 55, 96, 97 that he's put together with one of the representatives from Frenchtown, Monroe County. One of those bills will bring back power to the local governments when it comes to U of M as building, make them come to the governments when they buy a piece of property, that they'll have to go to local governments and go for local zoning and ordinances and take that exemption away from them, because right now they've got inflated heads because of it, and it needs to be taken away. The Road Commission. I know somebody who works in that area. He said they're going to be putting in bike lanes along that stretch, so that's why they need to expand it. And just let you know, Washtenaw County Road Commissioner are doers and not thinkers. What I mean by that, you tell them cut a tree down, they cut the tree down. You tell them fill the pothole, they fill the pothole. You tell them plow, they plow. They don't ask why they're doing what they're doing, they just do. And that mentality runs straight up the chain on that one. Second, it is Black History Month, and I just like to reflect on a local person that I had the opportunity to spend the summertime with between 8th and 9th grade year. That's Joe Doolin at Roberto Clemente. After I moved from Ipsy to Ann Arbor, it's not that I wasn't smart, I just probably didn't apply myself, so I didn't do very well. When I got to Roberto Clemente, I had found all the kids that got kicked out of my junior high in Ann Arbor. I figured it real quick what Roberto Clemente was. And I stood there and thought to myself, I'm probably the only kid here who's here for bad grades. And probably literally was. And it was that time spent that summer with Joe Doolin, he took the time to go to each separate classrooms, to spend time with the kids, to engage with them all. He took that time to spend with the kids. He even took us, in the late 80s to Detroit, to the Renaissance Center, and just let us all go free. I mean, who would do that? He did. He built up trust, even with the worst kids you would see in our school system. He built trust with them. Hell, that was a good summer for me. We all had a good time. You'd be surprised how much fun we could have. What they could all think of getting into. It was exciting. But Joe was a good experience for me, and I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Hello, my name is Tammy Craig. I am a resident of Bedford Township, Monroe County, Michigan. However, I am here as the area landfill director for Michigan and Indiana for GFL Environmental on behalf of Arbor Hills Landfill. Gonna go off my notes. No one here is going to dispute the environmental record of Arbor Hills Landfill prior to the acquisition by GFL Environmental. The lawsuit, which resulted in the consent judgment, was filed within days of our acquisition. It was based on previous owners' bad practices. Landfills are a reality. I mean, if you look at the data, yes, our recycling rates are going up in Michigan, but so is our waste generation and our landfill waste as well. Eagle will not cite new landfills. They have stated that. So the only option is to expand ones that already exist. There's been a lot of data put out there by the opposition, which skews the facts. Everything is public information on the state's website. There were information packages that were shared with everyone around the time of the last meeting. Washtenaw County is a very social conscious, human rights centered county. No one on the opposition is mentioning anything regarding environmental justice. They propose that Washtenaw County's waste goes to the landfill in Van Buren Township, which is already overburdened. They have a landfill comparable to Arbor Hills. They have a hazardous waste landfill. There's one landfill in Washtenaw County. Wayne County has 6 licensed solid waste facilities and 6 licensed hazardous waste storage, transfer, and disposal facilities. They are overburdened. The Van Buren.
That's time, sorry.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Clace. I'm a resident of Auburn Hills in Oakland County. I'm a landfill site engineer for Arbor Hills landfill. Part of my duties include managing our daily operations, engineering controls and projects, as well as helping to ensure compliance with the local and state regulations. I'd like to take a moment to respond to some of the words that were said by others tonight about that Arbor Hills fails to remain compliant with regulations. I'd like to note that the historical violations, as Tammy had mentioned, at the landfill are just that, historical. GFL has invested since GFL has taken over, they have invested more than $150 million to improvements and upgrades, not only to meet and exceed regulatory compliance, but to improve the quality of life of surrounding communities. In 2025, Northville Township contracted the services of CTI and Associates, a third party, to evaluate Arbor Hills in respect to meeting the requirements of the aforementioned 2020 consent judgment, as well as overall environmental compliance. CTI concluded that the operations of Arbor Hills landfill currently meets or exceeds applicable industry standards and the requirements of Eagle's consent judgment. We maintain, as GFL, a strong working relationship with Eagle, with regular inspections from not only them, as well as Washtenaw County. And they do their part to ensure that we are accountable for what we are responsible for. Myself and over 40 other employees, including union employees of the local operating engineers of 324, work every day extremely hard to make that place the best place that it can possibly be. And we strive to improve our operations every day. Additionally, we also have over 20 to 30 contracted employees that are out on that site every day, striving to make it the best place it can. Overall, my fellow coworkers and I are proud of the work that we do and the service that we provide to help protect the environment. It is a necessary service for Washtenaw County and the surrounding communities. And I ask that you guys look at all the facts and all of the information before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anthony Testa. I am a resident of Canton Township, Wayne County. I'm also an employee of GFL. I'm the regional landfill gas manager. However, tonight I just want to discuss PFAS and maybe some misunderstandings, some misinformation that you may have gotten. As y'all may or may not know, in 2016, there was a fire, a significant fire at the adjacent recycling facility that was owned by a third party, was operated by a third party contractor, Great Lakes Recycling. For that fire, there were many fire departments dispatched, including Salem Township, Northville, and Plymouth. In an effort to put out that fire, they had to use aqueous film forming foam. I have to say that slowly because it's a tongue twister. So AFF, which since that fire has been banned for use due to the high contents of PFAS. So while they were putting out that fire, drainage from the liquid was draining into the stormwater ponds and on-site wetlands at that time. So Arbor Hills does not produce PFAS. Arbor Hills did not cause the fire. Arbor Hills did not use the AFF or cause its release. The landfill did, however, take responsibility for investigating the AFF release and addressing the environmental impacts. As the new landowner, GFL remediated the stormwater pond on the property by removing all the liquid and sending it to a POT or a waste facility, a wastewater treatment facility. And also excavated all the silt and replaced it with clean soils. After cleaning the pond, we did subsequent testing to assure that the cleanup was successful. As stated before, the PFAS is coming from the adjacent property, not the landfill. Arbor Hills has traced the PFAS to a wetland on adjacent property. We are actively working on a plan to clean up and are in contact with Eagle on approval of the plan.
So just so y'all can have a clear picture of this, the wetland, if it overflows, it'll flow into a drainage ditch near the landfill, and then all that liquid discharges to the same discharge point that goes to the Johnson ditch, to the Johnson Creek. With that, it's my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my name's Dave Sear. Good to see y'all again. I'm the general manager of Arbor Hills Landfill. I live in Salem Township, Washtenaw County. I've been in Washtenaw County for 30 years. I married a Manchester gal and told me to get up here. So I have many friends, family that's worked for Washtenaw County, live in Washtenaw County. I answered all them folks too for what I do for a living. So I just want one misconception that I want you guys to understand is that Northville garbage, Northville Township and Northville City, the garbage comes to our landfill, which is in their backyard. I think last meeting I heard that someone said it didn't. It does come to Arbor Hills landfill. Adam spoke on the CTI report. They were hired by Northville Township, not hired by us, third-party consultant, independent. I just wanted to, I gave you guys the paperwork from that, some good reading. I just want to highlight a couple of them things. By the way, we got a couple of complaints today and yesterday, and the winds going from the north to the south. I want to bring that up too. The position is supported by studies. There was a methane emissions conducted by NASA, affiliated carbon mapper coalition at landfill sites across the United States that show some level of methane emissions is likely detectable. As a comparison, the figures below show satellite-based emissions mapping of numerous landfills in Michigan and a relative emission rate. It's kilograms of methane per hour taken at various times from 21 to 24, as indicated by the rate of methane emissions at the time of measurements. AHL site exhibited a relatively low rate of emissions while compared to the other sites of varying sizes. You guys have that in your packet. We're at 31 kilograms. They range from us, the lowest at 31, up to 1,700 kilograms per hour for the landfill in Wayne. There's one from Auburn Hills, Canton, Brownstown, and Marshall in there. So please take a good look at that. So the technical memorandum from the third party hired by Northville, I want to go through and the chart below is published monthly based on data compiled by the Conservancy Initiative, which runs the complaint hotline, and they manage it. Represents the total number of registered complaints recorded each month through their online reporting system. The overall trend shown is a website using the chart. See figure 1, suggests a continuing increase in complaint volume over time. A focus review of the complaints lodged in the past 18 months provides a different perspective that a marked reduction in complaint activity has been documented since implementation of the CJ. It's worth noting that the complaints registered through Eagle System in April 25 identify numerous complaints originate repeatedly from a subset of addresses. This observation highlights the total number of complaints received each month may occur due to sensitized receptors or unique conditions at those addresses.
Dave, that's time. Sorry, thank you.
Started.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please read that. There's a lot of good.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? And we move to Ashley. Anyone
yes.
online for public comment?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
First, we have KJ Pedri.
Kate, go ahead. Welcome. No.
Sorry, y'all, I'm getting there.
Okay, great. Hi. Go ahead.
I have you on both my phone and my computer, so I'm just getting you off of there so it doesn't echo. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I want to respond to some of the content of the working group session. I want to make sure we keep it in perspective that even if it feels like we're getting ahead of this, we are not getting ahead of this. You saw those numbers of people waiting for shelter and waiting for housing. This has been a long brewing crisis. And I want to highlight to you that there are a group of people who do not need a poverty simulation to make relevant suggestions to what is happening right now. And that is the people with lived experience in our community, of which I am one, and whose work I continue to try to uplift and represent in all of these spaces. Please make meaningful investments in people with lived experience being able to bring their voices into these rooms and be included in these decision-making processes. Currently, with the continuum of care, I've been working to establish a people with lived experience focus group. That is only being funded with, I believe, like $5,000. We need real meaningful investments in people who know these systems inside and out. I am willing to say strongly what you are not able to defund our county's policing system to fund our county's housing system. And I need to highlight that that needs to come at no human cost to those currently impacted by the carceral justice system. We need to sell off our militarized policing equipment that has been used to needlessly brutalize our citizens who are in need of mental health and housing support. We need to focus on the public housing that I was so glad to hear you emphasize tonight. And I really support the idea of placing that on the site of the East Side Recreation Center. I appreciate Commissioner Light's aggressive timetable and think it is absolutely appropriate, as I have said, because we are not ahead of this crisis. Please get it done. One of the things that is going unheard in all or unsaid in all of this, I'm sorry, baby, one more minute. One of the things that's going unsaid in all of this is that we have a real need for local, sustainable, accessible jobs. That is underpinning so much of this crisis, and I hear no one talking about it. Please figure out what you can do to help incubate jobs that are accessible to people with a range of transportation needs, educational backgrounds, cultural histories. Please help people to connect with income that will help them keep their housing long term. Please tell me what
Thank you,
further
that's
steps.
fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley,
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Trisha Duckworth.
welcome, Trisha.
Good evening, Chair. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak and for you all's continued service to Washtenaw County. For those that are not listening, my name is Trisha Duckworth. I am a Washtenaw County resident. I'm here on behalf of Survivor Speak, a community-based nonprofit that's rooted in advocacy, civic engagement, and ensuring that the voices most impacted by policy are not the ones most often missing from the conversation. So tonight I'm here to ask you, not just for your support, but for your partnership. Survivor Speak is leading a civic engagement initiative designed to meet people where they are, literally and figuratively. While many of us are comfortable navigating formal meeting spaces like this one, the reality is that many community members are not. Some carry trauma connected to government systems. Some have negative experiences where their voices have been ignored. Some are also working multiple jobs, caring for family, or navigating survival, and simply cannot access civic spaces that feel unfamiliar or intimidating. That does not mean that they don't care. It means that the system hasn't cared for them. We believe civic engagement cannot be limited to who can make it into this room. Democracy has to travel. It has to show up at community centers, churches, schools, neighborhood events, and trusted spaces alongside community organizations that people already trust. And you all are in the community. This is where Survivor Speak comes in at. We are asking the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners to partner with us by coming into community with us, participating in community-based conversations, listening sessions, and civic education events where residents feel safe enough to speak honestly and be heard without fear, shame, or dismissal. This is not about replacing existing processes. It's about strengthening them. When residents feel seen, heard, and respected, engagement can increase, trust grows, and policy becomes more responsive to real lived experiences, not just the voices that already know how to navigate the system. We are not asking for the board to do this alone. We are offering to walk alongside you all, bringing our relationships, our credibility, and our experience working with the communities that are too often left out or left behind. True representation requires proximity. True leadership requires listening. And true partnership requires showing up together. We will welcome the opportunity to meet with interested commissioners to discuss how this partnership could take shape and how together we can deepen civic participation across Washtenaw County. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your willingness to consider doing this work with the community, not just for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, anyone else online for us?
That's it, Chair.
Great. Now we will begin commissioner follow-up to public participation. I'm just going to start with a quick note. I see all your hands, but I just want to say how much I appreciate both the public participation tonight. And I think that it matters that people come and take the time to speak. I think it's also important to note for context that aside from Representative Morgan, Senator Schenk, Larry, and Rich from Salem Township, most of the residents we heard from tonight are not from Washtenaw County. This does not make their concerns irrelevant, but I do think that it matters as we think about who is most directly impacted by the decisions that we make here. I also just want to note so you understand where we are in the process, we have not yet completed a materials management plan. We are so far away from talking about an expansion at the Arbor Hills landfill. The landfill is not on our agenda tonight. There's no active proposal from the board regarding expansion. And I will say, bear with me, in that context, I think that I find the Environmental Council resolution to be premature because I think it's difficult to take positions, formal positions, that aren't yet proposed or fully defined. We don't have that information right now. So what I do think is important, the work to be done here is in discussing the health impacts and the environmental ramifications of landfills, particularly for nearby communities, as we heard tonight. And that's a conversation worth having. It's one I take very seriously, and I think the people at this table do too. What I am less comfortable with is the suggestion that we heard that the solution is to simply move the landfill a mile or two away without grappling with what that means in practice. A mile or two away from whom? Toward what communities? So that type of framing risks shifting the burden from more affluent areas onto communities that already bear disproportionate impacts, particularly communities of color. And I don't think displacement is an acceptable form of environmental policy. And I'm not willing to endorse that simply moving it reduces the harm. It doesn't. So there has to be a different answer to come to this board and say to this commission, move it a mile or two away. You want us to be good neighbors, you have to think about who you're impacting when you say move it. Because I bet you're talking about moving it towards those communities of color. I'm open to hard conversations about environmental health, about community impact and long-term materials management, but I want us to have those conversations at the right moment with the right information in front of us, with a clear understanding of the equity implications of any proposed solutions. And we are so far away from any of that right now. We don't even have an MMP. So that's just a note. Thank you for coming and your advocacy. And so we can hear you and understand where you think, but we are months away from hearing anything on this. So just if you're looking for action, it's not imminent. With that, I'm going to leave other comments I have about trees, and I have those to the end and go to my colleagues. I believe I saw Commissioner Machieski and then Light, and then Hodge and Robbie. Light. Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. As I think we all know, I'm the representative of the MMPC from the County Commission. A couple of things I wanted to note. I don't know who asked for this, but it got passed around the MMPC process. We are in step 3 of 13. Right? Step 3 is where we're at. We have not had one meeting, when we meet monthly, we have not yet had one meeting about the expansion, potential expansion, and opening new cells of the landfill. That process, those discussions will happen later this calendar year. Michigan produces more trash per person than any state in the country, right? Okay, let's just put that out there. Thanks to Commissioner Sanders for reminding me of that. We, through this MMPC process, we here in Washtenaw County, which is being facilitated by the Water Resource Commissioner's Office, we are developing a plan to aggressively increase recycling, to aggressively increase how we deal with organic material and how much we compost, how to deal with construction debris, with the goal of reducing how much we put into the landfill. That's what we are working towards with this plan. I will say that in my daily commute, I drive by 2 of those 6 Wayne County landfills. Woodland Meadows, which is located, I think, right on the border of Canton and Wayne, near Romulus, and by a US Ecology run site right off of I-94, just inside the Wayne County border. And I will say, at that US Ecology site, as I drive by it in my car, I've nearly had my socks knocked off by some of the odors coming from that facility. As I'm driving by it 70 miles an hour. In Woodland Meadows, I used to work right down the street from Woodland Meadows. And I really can't say that there was ever a day where I drove by that facility and didn't smell it. I have driven by Arbor Hills on multiple occasions. I've been on a tour there on a hot day. And in no way, shape, or form does it ever come close to what I've experienced at Woodland Meadows or US Ecology. Not to say that odors don't exist, ever. But I look forward to going through the MMPC process and getting the actual facts behind what the violation rates are, how that compares to others, and making a decision on a recommendation. I also, as we go through this process, want to get some clarification because there were a couple of comments tonight about how what is going to be maybe proposed as new cells is actually closer to Wayne County than the current landfill. And that's not my understanding. My understanding is actually the cells that might get proposed are actually further away than the cells are being operated right now. Not closer to the Northville border there. So I look forward to getting that maybe addressed as well during this process. I appreciate all the comments from the Northville Township folks. But again, as I keep saying, we haven't even gotten there yet. And I look forward to hearing the facts, getting more information, making a decision based upon that. I think somebody addressed the PFAS thing. I think it's really important to note, we're very well aware of PFAS here in Washtenaw County. I live right off the Huron River, like 2 minutes from it. I'm very familiar with PFAS issues. And from everything I've seen and asked about that landfill, the PFAS, as was commented on, is not coming from the landfill. It's coming from a fire that occurred a decade ago. And if there's evidence to show that that's not the case, then I look forward to hearing. But so far, I haven't seen that. So we'll go through this process, right? Thanks again to the folks who took the time out, to come from Northville. I know that's not easy to do. I want to thank as well the people who came out to talk about working the road tonight and the road commission. Another reminder, next Tuesday, public hearing, and hope all those folks show up. We've seen a few instances with the road commission where we've had some advocacy here over at least my time, my 6-7 years at this point. This might take the cake in terms of advocacy and the vocal nature of it. I will just say it's frustrating to seemingly see the same kinds of answers that get given to these constituents, these residents of Sylvan, residents of Chelsea, as we have historically heard about other projects and other things. It's incredibly frustrating. And again, if you haven't driven the road, I suggest you might want to take a little trip out to Chelsea and do that. The road, as I said before, the road absolutely needs to be repaved, right? It's a matter of how we do it. So thanks to those residents coming out again to talk about working the road. I'm going to save my other comments about agenda items for later. Again, appreciate everybody coming out tonight and voicing your opinion. Please go to the meeting with the road commission next week. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. Right now, my order of response is Light, Hodge, Robbie, then Beeman, then Somerville. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Light.
I would like to thank everyone who came out to address their concerns to this body. I would like to thank our legislators for coming down, but could appreciate a toot on the phone or a text so that we can discuss about District 2 and what's going on. It would be greatly appreciated on the next encounter. As it's been discussed, we have a long road. We're on step 3 of this materials management plan. And so we got a little bit before we get to 13. And so while we're doing so, I'm gonna ask that all residents of Washtenaw and of Wayne do a deep dive and just stay alerted and make sure that we are following and being updated on this plan, but also continue to present your complaints about environment, about odors and smells, as that is important because we need to have families and residents safe. I also would like to address that I would love, as I said before, to host a town hall for Salem Township residents to give their input on what and how they feel about this landfill. As I said about the expansion right now is something that we are so many miles away from. However, if the odors, if there are other violations that are present right now, that's something that needs to be discussed. And I would love to hear from our Salem Township residents. And I would like to receive the data and the complaints and all the information, which I hope is public, so that on our end, we can address that with GFL, which they have had no problem in being in communication, making sure that they address any violations or complaints. And so it's not that we're rewarding them, they're just doing their job. However, I also will say, I would like for our Northville and Plymouth residents to have a conversation with the Salem Township residents and ask them how they feel about the property taxes that are paid. I don't think they'll oppose it. And I just want to keep in mind, it's not about revenue, it's not about how much money we're gonna get, but I am not hearing the complaints from the director who lives there Because I'm telling y'all right now, his wife ain't having it. If it stinks and it smells, she's like, you better do something and you better do it now, because he'll be sleeping on the porch, just so you all know. So I just need for everyone to look at the issue. If there are environmental issues, let's look at that. We're thinking about an expansion. We're on step 3, and it's not happening tomorrow. And I also, for individuals who move to and built $500,000 homes where there has been a landfill that has been there since 1950, I'm confused because if I purchase a home, I know what I'm buying. It's in disclosures. It's even in the listing when you purchase your home that this property is near a landfill. There is no one can say if they are going to expand or what's going to happen. It's like gambling. You take a chance. A lot of people's parents say, you better not gamble because you take a chance. It's a chance. And so I can't tell anybody where to buy or where not to buy. But from 1982 to 2000, I lived in West Willow. All the odors and the smell from yucca, they were there. But guess what? I survived. We played outside. We did what we had to do. My dad decided that that's where we were going to live because of the community, because of where it was, and that was the choice. So we all have choices. And, you know, the smells are still there. I still have family members and friends who reside in West Willow. And in the summer, we sit out in the driveway with our little bonfires and we play cards and we chill. And guess what? I'm like, dang, it's still the same smells from when I was younger. But that's just the choice that we've made. So I just would love to hear from Salem Township residents on how they feel. And I am open and willing to have these discussions with Wayne County residents, because I want to know, are you willing to pay these property taxes? If so, that's great. We can figure that out. And then, you know, you can pay for what they don't have to. So let's just continue to be updated and just keep these things in mind and continue advocating for where you live. But remember, it's your choice.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everybody that came and gave public comment. It's not easy to give comments in a venue like this. It's also very awkward to have to be able to talk at us in this and then wait, almost 2 hours for us to be able to respond. So thank you for your patience for those of you that stuck around. Good to see you, Representative Morgan. Thank you and the delegation for coming out to speak with us. I appreciate that. Let's see. People I want to respond to. Mary, I believe the first comment that was made, thank you for reaching out to share your experience with SWAT with us. I'd love to talk to you directly to learn more, and I will find a way to get in communication with you. And to our friends with the comments about the trees and the road commission, that area is over there in the western part, so I don't want to overstep my comments there, but I would say that I will work with the commissioners that are in that area. Don't go west. Don't go west. It's a little bit of an inside joke there. If you know, you know. But I think it is worth having a conversation about challenges related to the road commission. This tree issue has been one that we've heard a lot about, but there have been other road commission related concerns that have been brought before us. And if there was something that we could do more of or engage in a different way, I am open to exploring that. To our water resource commissioner, she's over there. Yeah, thanks for giving comment. And thank you for bringing us this. So, I mean, this is really helpful. I'm not going to make any comments about the landfill right now because I want to have all the information before I make comments. I will say that I did the tour of the landfill, so I do have that information. But I do want to get all the other information before we are far from making any kind of decision. So I'm just going to leave my comments there about the landfill. To our resident from Ypsi, thank you for coming and giving feedback. Yeah, would love to talk to you more about the work that you're doing. So it's nice to see you here. And that might be, that's it. Oh, Jeremy, good to see you. Where are you at, Jeremy? There you are over there. Good to see you again. Good. That's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner Robbie?
Yes on trees, no on landfill.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you. Thank
Love
you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone who came out tonight, especially giving us the Lorax. That's one of my son's favorite books. And I believe that you really spoke to the line that unless someone like you cares an awful whole lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Read that a lot as a mom. So I really appreciate it. I know how devastating it is to lose these trees. I had to have one on my property taken down, unfortunately. It was a 200-year-old maple and replaced with a twig. So it cuts deep. I get it. So thank you for coming out and speaking. In terms of the MMP, as others has mentioned, we're super early in the process. I have my own requests that will be coming in from Freedom Township in terms of the biodigester and what we look to address with those throughout Washtenaw County. So I would just say we're working through it and we need the time and the expertise to continue to work through the plan. As our chair noted, there will not be a vote today or in the very near future on that item, but thank you for your advocacy. Also, speaking of trees, thank you for MSU Extension for coming out and inviting us. I love to hear about those pieces. Master gardeners have a couple of those in the family, so looking forward to that. But yes, thank you everyone for your continued advocacy. And it's not easy to come and take the time and stay so late, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. I have Commissioner Somerville and then Sanders. Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank folks who came out for public comment, for both people who came out to speak for the landfill and against the landfill. I think it's important to hear everybody out on the issue. I am one of the two commissioners that serves on the Environmental Council, so I have been around for many of the conversations that have happened at the Environmental Council. And so I just wanted to share that at our last meeting, we did have a resident, he did come here tonight, who shared his perspective. And I thought that one was an interesting one. It was the first time I had heard from a Salem Township resident who had lived in the community for a really long time, who initially didn't have many feelings about the landfill, but over the decades has grown to have strong feelings about continued expansion. And so I do think everybody's voice is important. That's part of democracy. And I think it's, you know, notably, we don't all agree on everything. There's 9 of us, and sometimes you have one person that votes no on something, sometimes you get a few. And so I do think it's important for people to understand that we're not always going to be unanimous on something. And that's okay. I think that sometimes there's this like perception that like if 2 commissioners serve on a committee that supports a resolution, that somehow that reflects the entire board. It doesn't. But I do think that Commissioner Robbie and I serving on the Environmental Council have a different perspective. And that's probably why we serve on the Environmental Council. And so I just wanted to share that because I do think that suggestions from members of our community that we all serve who serve on these councils, their suggestions to us. They don't have any real ability to make decisions directly. I think regardless of our personal feelings on the recommendations and suggestions that come from them are important regardless of where we're at in the formal process. I do think that it's okay for them to weigh in, even if it's a year too early. I stepped out for a second and heard part of the comments from KJ supporting the general concept of us moving quickly on dealing with the housing crisis. And I agree. I think the aggressive timeline that Commissioner Light spoke of is totally like needed right now. That's the type of mentality that I want us to work with, given the crazy authoritarian takeover at the federal level that's going to have really harmful impacts for low-income folks who are hanging on to their housing right now by a thread. So very important. And then the resident Mary, who had a difficult time speaking to us, I think they live in Commissioner Light's district, but that story about your situation sounded really familiar. And I want to say maybe I had already gotten a communication about that at some point. Would love to talk to you more though. I think this kind of goes back to a point that I made at a prior meeting, which I think it's really important for the community to understand what tactics our SWAT team uses. And I do not feel bad for asking those questions. And I think we have one person in this county who is elected to oversee the office that's responsible for the SWAT team. And I think it's that person's responsibility to answer the public on the different tactics that are used and what situation constitutes a standoff. And so those are questions that I'll continue to ask. I support the residents who are pushing for them, whether it's about a situation that they were personally impacted with or a situation in somebody else's community, like what happened in my district recently. I think that right now there's a lot of distrust in our system because people don't know if they call for help, if it gets escalated, if their house is going to be destroyed. That is a huge problem. People, like, if there is a real dangerous emergency, people should feel safe to call for help without thinking their property is going to be destroyed. It is terrifying to me that if somebody calls for help, regardless of if there was a crime committed or not, that constitutes the government agency that we fund. They can destroy a home with human beings inside of it. So I will continue to press on that issue. I think it's very important. And I've long believed that we need to ask questions about tactics used by police, and everything that has happened and recently in my district just really points to all of the concerns I've had really throughout my entire career serving the community. So I hope that people will continue to ask those questions because I'm going to. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Commissioner Sanders?
Thank you, Chair. So I do sit on the Road Commission as part of my Commissioner Liaison. I don't want to say responsibility because we're asked to pick committees. Sometimes we're strongly asked. But I do serve and have been serving on that board actually since my first term. And I have reached out to have communications with the Road Commission about the concerns because I am on the board, or not on the board, but I sit as a representative. I see the public comment and the people that come out to their meetings. Typically, they have no one in the audience other than employees that are reporting out. But lately, they've been full to stand up capacity. I have reached out to try and get some additional information about the concerns related to the trees. And I'm not going to do this justice, so do not try and hold me verbatim to what I'm going to share. The answers that I've gotten back from the questions that I have indicate that there's no malice on the part of the Road Commission to cut these trees down. They're not, going out there and saying that you're cutting you but the road has to be repaired. And they also have, I don't have a better word for it, like zoning requirements when it comes to fixing a road or repairing a road. And you have to have so much space on either side of the road, so the median. And that's a safety issue for the drivers. Because if you get in an accident, they want you to have enough space, or you need to have enough clearance space that you may not have to leave the road to go into a ditch or to hit a tree. I am waiting to have further conversations with them because I think just like the landfill, in a sense, it's premature, maybe not as premature because they're not there yet. They're not at the point where they can even share, I think, what trees have been identified that might need to be affected. So I just wanted to weigh in there and say that I found them to be pretty responsive. I don't know if that's because I don't take no for an answer and they just want to, hurry up and get me out the way. But I called immediately after I watched their last meeting to get information help me understand what's going on with the tree issue. Trees, I should say. So I'm gonna stop there with that. Related to GFL, I defer to my colleague, Commissioner Light, that is her district. But I find myself asking a ton of questions that I do not mean to be disrespectful to the residents of Wayne County, but I got a ton of questions. So if this is a 50, 60-year-old landfill, why on earth would you buy $500,000 and up valued homes right next to the landfill? And who was it that told you that the landfill was not going to be operating after a specific period of time? Because I feel like you should be picketing in front of their house. I am also slightly disappointed, and I would hope that if I had a situation like this, my fellow electeds would have the courtesy of giving me a call to let me know that they were going to be advocating in a certain way. I just think that's just, I don't know, decent and in order. But we did not receive a communication until today that we were going to have legislators that represent our district, our area, here speaking on this subject. I just think that's just courtesy, especially when you have their cell phone number. You could have picked up the phone and said, can we talk about this? Doesn't mean you have to agree, but it just seems to be a little out of order to me, and it hit wrong with me. I would expect, though, that if it's dealing with Pittsfield Township and the portion of Ypsi Township that I represent, I'm going to just say, I'm expecting that you would give me the courtesy of talking to me first and not ambushing me. The housing situation, what I didn't say earlier, chair or chairs, I don't know how I forgot about it, but if you all recall, before we had this sort of travel situation, I came back very excited from Texas about a tiny home community and pop-up housing that are options for us being able to meet the needs of people that are homeless or home insecure, and probably would save us money, actually, compared to what we pay for hoteling, right? And then when the winter is over with, or when the summer is over with, you literally collapse that, that portable housing unit, and you can go store it somewhere. But they would have air conditioning, heat. It would be their own unit. They were nice size pop-up units. And we've not followed up on that. I would like for us to be able to do that. In a tiny home community, I'm just gonna say it out loud. This is a pretty affluent county, and I'm sure that we would have opposition to that, but it can be done in a way that does not endanger people's property values, provides shelter for those that are in need of shelter, and can likely give us some financial relief in terms of the county being the safety net to the safety net. So I think that we need to look at that. We do own some land, formerly known as Cheney Elementary, that has the capacity to handle pop-up housing or a tiny home community. And let's be clear, tiny home communities are not free. People pay. They pay to live there. So I think that that's something that we should look at. I wanted to just correct. So Mr. Siegert, what I said at the last meeting was that I asked one of the advocating residents from Wayne County where their trash was taken. And their answer was the landfill on I-275. that was their response back to me. So I wasn't saying that all of the residents, send their trash there, but, sometimes when we're sitting here, and taking the lashes, during public comment, I don't have anything else to do but Google. It's a wonderful thing. So, I would just say that we do first, I think that we consider ourselves to be good neighbors. But we are responsible to our residents that vote for us and put us in office to represent them and what their needs are. And even sometimes do what's best, even if they don't think that we are doing what's best for them. So, as my colleague said, we're at 0.3 out of 13. We haven't even gotten there yet. But I would like for someone to be able to give me something that I could sink my teeth into in terms of not being something that is historical, that a company inherited. And even if there have been violations since GFL has taken over, I don't know any business that doesn't make mistakes. And we haven't had anybody come, no one has talked to us from Eagle to say, these violations are so egregious, we're gonna shut them down. And if anybody has heard me talk, Eagle is not my favorite department. Sorry. So if Eagle's not the one coming and whining to us, with all due respect, I'm just wondering, like, what is it? What is like the real issue? And when you buy a property and you put that kind of money into it, you ought to be stopping by the police department, the fire station, getting data from them about how safe is the community that you want to move into. And the one department that people ignore is the planning and zoning departments. You ought to be going there first to find out what is the plan for the community that you're planning to move into and spend your life there. But I don't think the liability is really on us. Sounds like a whole lot of promises were made, and I have not yet heard one of the advocates say that they have taken some of this frustration to the elected officials that allowed land to be purchased and developed, knowing that you are literally a stone's throw from a landfill. So that doesn't mean that I'm not stating a position at this point, but the advocacy brings up a ton of questions that I just think, in fairness, need to be provided. We need to be provided answers with too. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner LaBarre?
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the public comment on all the issues tonight. Happy in any way I can be useful to this body in terms of working with the road commissioner or anything like this. We did hear reference to the great road commission battles of 2019 and 2020. I had not heard them categorized that way, but I think we will work with our road commission partners and prevent future battles. Thanks.
Thank you. I will just say briefly, the trees, yes, I signed the petition. I have actually looked at I talked at the last meeting about the live oaks in Charleston County, where my family has a house and they're like on the road essentially, and I looked at the Charleston County land ordinance, and there's something in there that I'll be talking to our corporation council about how you can designate basically like heritage trees. And I'm wondering if there's something like that we can do. And then that requires a vote from the Charleston County Commission before those trees are touched. She's noting it. So I don't know if something like that will happen in time to help what's happening here on your road. I will continue to advocate. I have also tried to contact the road commission just tonight. They're not derelict in contacting me, but to try to get more answers and to advocate, because I feel this, like looking at those beautiful pictures. I feel it. So, I have a tree that's like half dead in my front yard and my kid is like, please don't cut down that tree. I'm like, kiddo, it's dead. And so we love the trees in my family is what I'm saying. So I'll try to do what I can to help with that. Thank you everyone for coming and talking to us. There's probably more to say, but commissioner comment, now feedback has been happening for over half an hour itself, and that's a lot of commissioner speak. So I'm going to go on with liaison reports. Are there any liaison reports, Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I could have probably emailed this to you, but I know that they're gonna ask why I didn't bring it up. So, we have a vacancy on the Commission on Aging for your district, actually.
Yes.
And then they had been asking questions about the millage review committee, but that's on the agenda tonight. And so that's
Yes.
my update.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Okay, I see one. I was trying to not see one, but I saw one. Commissioner Machewski?
Thank you. Just really quick, I just wanted to report on the last Board of Public Works meeting. One of the items that they deal with is the treatment of the lakes for weeds and invasive species.
Yeah.
And one of the things that was reported at the last Board of Public Works meeting was the success that was had at Silver Lake, which I believe is in Commissioner Light's district now. It's in Dexter Township. With controlling the milfoil and this starry wart. It was, they're in the beginning stages of working with the residents at Silver Lake, and it was a big success this past year, so I wanted to highlight that as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick updates this evening. As always, thank you for some time on the agenda. I'm joined by Megan Bonfiglio. She is here to give an update on the East Side Rec Center. As you all recall, we have talked about making sure that she is before you on some kind of cadence. She is here tonight and will likely be back next quarter with a more detailed update. Megan?
Hello again. Good evening. I'm happy to be here. And again, I'll plan for a quarterly update. And I will have more to share at that point and probably photos. But I think what I wanted to do today was give you an update on the past year of activities that we've done. So I know you've heard about it at a regular cadence through the administrator update. But since March, Parks has been aggressively setting goals to try to move this project forward. And so I'm happy to report that I'll kind of review those goals and I'll let you know how we met all of those goals. And then give you a highlight on kind of what to expect moving forward. So first goal I wanted to talk about was finalizing the schematic design work that we had started with GROW. So that was the firm we started working with that was involved with kind of the why. Finalize that work in the summer. And then our next goal was to present to the public and share widely. So I think a lot of the things we heard initially was that people weren't sure what was happening with the project. Things had stalled. They wanted to know updates. We were receiving regular calls, I think, across the board in terms of what's going on with the Eastside Rec Center project. And so we really took a pause in September to make sure that we shared both the schematic designs and then went on kind of a road show to share those concept plans across the community. And we had a number of conversations with folks, and I really think that was helpful in helping people know where we were and what our plans were. I have two really big goals that we set for ourselves, and I'm pleased to report that we met both of those, which were one was to hire an architect of record for the project. The second one is to hire a construction company. And so back in October, we had 15 responses to an RFP that came out. We hired Newman Smith Architects. They are out of Southfield. They are the architect of record for the project, and they'll be providing architecture and engineering services to take that schematic design presentation that we saw, refine that schematic design because it actually needs to be sorted out in space, and then take it to construction drawings and then help us through construction. So they are already on board and have already been doing schematic design refinement. We also in December hired a construction company, that's Clark Construction. We had 10 different companies submit responses for that one. They are already on board. We're working through contract details, but they are excited to try to help with getting cost estimating in place, refine the design, and help us really understand how we can meet our goals of beginning construction at the end of the summer or early this fall. So really, those were kind of the highlights I wanted to have happen in 2025. But we have a lot more work to do. So, but I do have to, pause to say that we got those done. We're happy there. We have a couple other bright spots that were things I wanted to just make sure I drew attention to. Working with the Office of Community Economic Development, we received an $800,000 community development block grant, and that is to offset engineering and architectural services. So that's been really helpful to keep the project dollars going as far as we possibly can. So it's been amazing to work with that department and with that team, and I just have to shout out to Tara Cohen on that one. We were also awarded a TAP grant, so a Transportation Alternatives Program grant. A big thanks to Commissioner Robbie to help connecting us with SEMCOG, but we received a $2 million grant, technically $1.6 million from SEMCOG, and then the Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission is matching the $400,000 to make non-motorized trail improvements through that full site where the Cheney Elementary School used to be. And then we already have draft reports for both the traffic study and infiltration testing for the site. So all probably semi-boring things to mention, but important things to mention because they really help us understand what we need to do to design a good building. So then looking forward, and what you'll probably hear from me at the next quarterly update would be the refined design drawings. So really looking at moving around and taking a look at what that site's gonna look like. Where do we actually need to site the building? What kind of tweaks do we need to make to the square footage or the space? And then working through some of the engineering and construction site conditions and documents for soil testing and things like that. Additionally, we have to look at cost alignment. So we will hopefully have a high-level preliminary cost estimate by the end of this month. And then we will need to just kind of work together. It's a normal thing with the construction company and the architectural company to just kind of narrow that delta down. And then, as you all know, our Resilient Washtenaw plan set some pretty big initiatives in place. And so we have been working with Beth Gibbons on a regular basis. She's attending as many meetings as she possibly can with her busy schedule, but really looking at how many sustainability initiatives we can put into this facility and really kind of helping us design a building that we're proud of. So those, just a high-level overview. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Sanders, I got you.
You knew better, right?
I was ready.
I guess I just want to lift up and ask you to expand on, are you insinuating that this new Eastside Community and Rec Center might be like the cutting edge when it comes to energy savings and resiliency and sustainability? And is that what we're saying?
Yes, I think we can say that. I think that we're really trying to make this, again, a building we all be proud of. Certainly will function as a resiliency hub. That is baseline goal for this project. But additionally, the recreational amenities are going to be amazing. So we've done some site visits. We recently went to Midland and looked at their brand new community center and have a lot of really great ideas. The reason we went to Midland and saw their community center is it was designed by Newman Smith and then built by Clark Construction. So really looking at what that team together can do and build. And I think we'll all be really proud of it.
That makes me very happy and excited to know that through these designs, we are demonstrating commitment to that community and showing them that they are valued, equally valued. So thank you for that.
Yep. Any other questions? Commissioner Somerville.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Megan for the huge challenge that you took on when you became the new director. And I appreciate you meeting our aggressive timeline. I'm really excited to hear that construction is going to start in 2026. It would be Yeah, I don't even know. I'm excited, knock on wood, but I think that is a reason for us all to leave here smiling tonight. So that's what I'm gonna do. So thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you. It's a project, again, that we're excited to put together. So happy to work on it.
Commissioner Light.
No questions, just kudos and thanks, and super excited. It's something, of course, that we always say, the east side has just been dangling and awaiting, and so I'm eagerly but patiently waiting because it's being done the right way. And I can appreciate that because I am an instant gratification kind of person. And through this process, I am learning how to accept timelines for goodness. So thank
Excellent.
you. I appreciate you and everyone putting in the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I did hear while you're presenting from a few commissioners in the background talking about a road trip to Midland. So you and I can talk about that offline. Perhaps they will host us
Sure.
for a short trip. Well,
Yeah, happy to, I'm sure they would be more than happy to do that.
all right. Thank you. Next update, I will be joined now by our resiliency officer, Elizabeth Gibbons. We have been looking internally at all things data centers in our community, how they impact our residents, the environment, our natural resources, all of the above. And I'm pleased and excited about the conversation that she has been leading, and we just want to share it with you all this evening.
I don't know, are you in trouble, Elizabeth?
I know, right?
Okay.
It is.
Welcome,
It's scary.
Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of slides to share, and I'll try to go through these quickly. So I'm providing an update. The last time that we spoke was on October 1st. So this is an update on some of what we see happening across the community, as well as what has been going on within the county and some of our interdepartmental collaboration, so that we're best positioned to know what is happening and how we're serving residents across the county. So to recap, we still have 3 potential data center sites, Saline Township, where the status is that the project is underway following a consent decree, which I'll talk more about in just a minute. We have Ypsilanti Township, where the developer is University of Michigan and Los Alamos, and there's an ongoing conversation about the location of this potential data center, which they refer to as a high-power computing facility. In Augusta Township, where the developer Thor Equities is on pause until there is going to be a vote this coming year to have the community weigh in on the rezoning. So since we last spoke, some things that have changed in the community so I will say, as I've named these slides, I've chose to name them by the developer, not by the community, because I do think it's notable that they're not always the community's projects, but they are very much the developers' projects. So the Related Digital OpenAI project, a consent decree was signed between Saline Township and Related Digital. That consent decree is what sets the terms for how this development will go forward. Some of the elements that are highlighted here call out the economic benefit that is often referenced when the consent decree and when this project is being discussed. This project does not actually have what's called a community benefits agreement. Some people will kind of cite these as community benefits, but those come through this legal arrangement, the consent decree that was signed after the township was sued. So $2 million to the township following the approval of an industrial facilities exemption certificate. Hold on to that phrase for a minute in your mind. And after that has been signed within a year, there'll be a second payment of $2 million. There'll be $2 million for a community investment fund, $7 million for the fire department for Saline, as well as $500,000 for several of the surrounding townships. The developer agrees not to sell or lease the property to a tax-exempt entity, and the developer guarantees to not build solar on the facility. So one thing just to keep in mind with this, there's other details of the consent decree, of course, but the facilities exemption certificate. So this is a facility that will be paying tax at a discounted rate from the assessed property value. That discounted rate has not yet been established, and other communities across the state are also asking for it. So we're not alone in not knowing what that number is going to be. It's something that is still uncertain. And I also want to just point out that while these numbers are really high, $2 million here, $2 million there, the expectation of this project, again, is a $400 billion revenue for OpenAI. So it's a lot of money, and this is some money, but proportionality is important. The other thing that's passed is that on December 18th, MPSC went ahead with an ex parte decision. So ex parte means that the Michigan Public Service Commission chose to not have a contested case for this project coming online from DTE. Some of the findings are included here in this slide. One thing I just want to call attention to that I think is really interesting and something we should pay attention to over time is about future reporting. DTE is required to show the impact of this data center operation in its integrated resource plan, which is what they first put forward ahead of when they start asking for rate hikes. In their renewable energy plan, they have to show both these plans with and without the data center as part of their operations. And I think that's going to be in the long term a really important piece of reporting for us to know about. Jumping over to the University of Michigan Los Alamos Center. So since we last spoke, not that much has changed. Ypsilanti Township continues to request University of Michigan locate its facility on the ACM. There has been meetings held by Ypsilanti Township and University of Michigan back in January. University of Michigan says it's narrowed down its location. It's considering to these 2 sites. And folks may be interested to know University of Michigan Regents intend to discuss this project at their upcoming meeting on February 12th. There's some people who don't feel like the last meeting UM put on was very public, so it may be an opportunity for public comment again. We've talked before about the role and responsibility within Washtenaw County. Land use decisions are made by the cities, township, and villages. We do have a variety of permitting and regulatory authority. And so in that vein, we've convened one cross-department meeting to talk about those places that the data center is starting to come up in the work of the county itself. And what I want to highlight from that first meeting is, one, that the permitting agencies and offices, building inspection, water resources, environmental health, are really inundated with permitting requests from this project. Those requests are changing frequently, and they require a really high level of attention and time commitment. They're not necessarily new or different requests from past projects, but the magnitude of them is notable. We're doing coordination already across departments, and there's interest in continuing that. There's a desire to have a resource mapping for common questions that are coming from the public so that they can be appropriately routed to departments or entities. And so that's going to be something that we'll be coming out with shortly. And then there's a recognition that Saline Township is a small rural township and may benefit from technical and capacity support that the county can offer. And so we're exploring what that can look like. Further follow-up that has come out of those conversations include an interest in reaching out to contacts in Ohio for some best practices on lessons learned about water, energy, noise, and other common resident impacts, convening a conversation across the municipalities of the county. So thinking again, in that and ahead of time, how can we provide support to the municipalities, especially those with less capacity? We need to figure out the best practice for assessing property value of data centers. This is a challenge for many places. They are a new land use and they need a special assessment. Not a special assessment in the jargon term, but need to be assessed as a new type of land use. And we need to develop a strategy for continuing to deliver high quality services to all residents while we're also accommodating this new huge project that's taking place in our community. Per your request, we have some resources out there. This is the data center webpage. We maintain it. We update it bi-weekly. There's an FAQ there about data centers. It's about to get a refresh based on some new questions that have been coming in. We have an external resource library. This can be a go-to for both resources and news articles about what's happening locally, but also as reputable reports and toolkits come out. We have a municipal planning toolkit, and I've been having a lot of one-on-one meetings with community members and municipal staff.
Great. Questions? Commissioner Hodge, waving at me, Commissioner Labar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Beth, for your work on this. I mean, as you know, there were 2 proposed data centers in my district, so I hear a lot about data centers. I probably get more emails about data centers than anything else, except for the landfill. I've been getting a lot of landfill-related emails, but data centers are a hot topic. Thank you for putting together that toolkit. You moved on that really quickly. And we had talked before about potentially doing a resolution requesting or supporting the initiative to ask U of M to consider the ACM space. Hopefully we can have that on a future agenda soon. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into that. One of the questions that I have is that hearing something about the Los Alamos part of the data center potentially having plutonium pits. Is there, you know anything about that?
No,
No, you don't know anything about that, or
No.
that's not accurate?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, well, something for us to explore. They're nodding at me over there. Okay, great. So we need to look into that because I don't think anybody wants plutonium.
No, there's also a conversation, there's a not dissimilar conversation happening around the Saline data center too, but I don't know that that's accurate either. About like a future nuclear power facility there.
I'm seeing commercials now for the Saline data center. Like, no, pro Saline data center commercials on TV.
Oh.
Yes, streaming services. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner LeBar?
Thanks, Chair. Beth, I was just going to say thank you for the update and for the way you've presented it in sort of the bullet point style. Please keep us up to date on kind of how we can be helpful to you in these efforts, and also just appreciate that everything you're describing now, it sounds like everybody is learning on the fly because of the newness of the technology, the siting issues, and you know, state law and regulatory precedent haven't been set because it's so new. So I really appreciate your updates. Thank you.
Commissioner Light?
Thank you for the update and information. Just wondering, have townships and other electeds been thinking about how we can manage, because we manage, you know, all of the data centers that are coming, because I think, unfortunately, because we can't control it necessarily, this body, we can't say, hey, no. Are we coming together to come up with ways that we can manage this? As we have with GFL, they pay great property taxes, and, you know, so could there be some property tax cuts? Could we put in different, you know, ordinances for zoning? And is this just something that township supervisors are talking about? Because that's just something that I would like to do, because we can manage it and we can make sure that, you know, we have all these folks coming in and wanting to use up our good old land and properties. Let's get our money's worth. And also, once we start managing, then they're not going to want to come. They're going to want to leave. So just want those conversations. If you could kind of initiate and pull it. I say it all the time, but I mean it. Like, we gotta manage them, and we can do that. Since we can't stop them from coming, we can stop them from coming another way.
Yeah, and I see a couple of things that are happening in the townships right now. There are some data center moratoriums that are being passed in communities that don't yet have data center development being proposed. So that's giving those municipalities an opportunity to do the planning that they want to do that aligns to what they want. And I've reviewed 2 draft zoning codes, and they do speak to kind of the value that the townships have. In both cases, I've responded and marked them up with the recommendation that came from the board also, of where those recommendations could fit in around water usage and reporting. And then to the question about revenue, yeah, I think it's really important for the municipalities to be talking about it. And I also think that the county needs to be starting to talk about the opportunity of the revenue, and how to, again, like, there's a proportionality question that I think we have to keep coming back to with community benefits, but then also where do we want to see those revenues going in a way that reflects our values if this is being built.
That's it, Commissioner Light. Thank you. Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate all your work on this, as unfortunately my district's the guinea pig for the first one coming in. I guess my question is, and I apologize because it's very late and I'm starting to lose my words. I'm sorry. But in terms of one of the issues that I'm seeing for the townships is once the data centers come in, and unfortunately, in some situations like Saline Township, they will. It's wrestling billion-dollar beasts that a rural township cannot do. In cases such as this, where we know it's coming, what resources do we have to advise them in terms of, for example, most of these have a clause as to the state they will return the land to upon closure of the facility.
Mm-hmm.
I can say I would have liked to have seen more in the judgment that came for Saline Township, though we're not privy. We don't have any input into that. Is there guidance that we currently have? Is there something that we can put out there that once they're in this stage, because they're, just for a little background, you can have the land returned to vegetative state, which means they can throw anything on it, and if it grows, it's fine. Or you can ask for the soil to be returned to its current state. And so are there things that we can put into place to help townships in Washtenaw County, and to be quite frank, other counties that are watching us deal with this, that could be helpful in that part of the situation? Because again, when we're talking about trees and land, this will have a lifespan. And when it goes away, I would like it to be back to farmable, whether that's humanly possible or not. That's where I would like to see us go.
Yeah. Yeah, that can be written into the zoning ordinance under the decommissioning portion, and there is guidance. We didn't create guidance like in the recommendation that the board passed. But there are some like best practices that are coming up. And it also, along with decommissioning, there also are clauses that address operation and at what point this is no longer operational. And, so you avoid the kind of thing where you have a building that is vacant but one day of activity a year. So, yeah, that kind of guidance is out there, and I'm happy to connect people like municipalities with it to make sure it's getting incorporated into their zoning ordinances.
Yeah, I think the more we can do on that side of things, obviously pro protecting land, but once we're facing, whether it's a data center or a battery storage facility or all the other things that are coming to my district, that cleanup afterwards, again, the restoration would be very helpful. Thank you.
I'm gonna have Commissioner Sanders. I just wanted to support Commissioner Beeman's suggestion, and I had actually said this out loud. I don't remember if I said it to our administrator or maybe Commissioner Light, that I thought that as a county, we could provide support by locating an expert that could do like a education session for the municipality leaders or supervisor of the various municipalities, because they may not have the money to do that. But if we did a collective sort of training, or maybe two, so we could fit people's schedules together, I think that would be a great added value. So to try and ease those concerns about, we don't have the money or the power to fight these big people. But if we're able to sort of educate them in advance about how to change zoning or planning before they're sort of ambushed, I just think it would be helpful. We're not telling them what to do. We're just trying to help them get a playbook.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that on, that I would support that.
Commissioners, if I could just jump in here, we have been educating ourselves along this journey. And it's my hope, my goal, that we will understand all things data centers as we move through this process. We've talked about, and at the table right now is a cross-sectional group of department heads and elected offices. Quite honestly, our Water Resources Commissioner, Gretchen Driscoll, is in the audience. Thank you for being at the table. We are trying to make sure that when our residents come to us for any reason, that we have at least a base understanding of what the impacts will be. The other thing that you saw in the presentation is that we have been identifying communities right now in another state. When you think about the state of Ohio and the Columbus area, that's data center rich, and we want to hear from them what their experiences are. By and large, to do all the things that you guys are talking about here, to make sure at the end of the day, when questions arise about impacts, whether they be financial, environmental, et cetera, I love the conversation around returning our land to its existing condition. All those things are factors that we've been discussing at the table.
Yeah, and I would hope that if we were able to get them all in a room together, they would be able to sort of help educate each other, right? Because they all have different needs in their communities. And like what Commissioner Beaman was talking about is something that we probably wouldn't have thought about because we don't live in a rural area. But, you know, all of these things are doable. So anyway, I'm in support of us taking the lead and trying to help the municipalities avoid pitfalls.
Can I respond quickly?
Yeah, of course you can.
So last year in the Resiliency Office, we initiated a project that we called the Renewable Energy Technical Assistance Project, and it was really designed to make sure communities were getting the best available information so they could be doing the zoning that they wanted to do for renewable energy, like making sure they were keeping control of their local land use decisions around that. We worked with partners at University of Michigan Center for Empowering Communities. They've recently released a battery energy storage zoning ordinance guidebook. They're releasing a data center guidebook this week. And they also have a municipal revenue from renewable energy projects toolkit. I met with them today and we talked about a program for 2026, and they have capacity and are ready to put on a workshop on data centers. And so we've thought already about a 2-part series that we do data centers and then talk about renewable energy revenue, which would easily be able to be kind of broadened to talk about other revenue streams as well. And I think what I would really appreciate from this table is support reaching the right people in the townships and our municipalities so that when we bring that room together, it really is an education, but also a cross pollination time that we can hear too from the county what capacity might be helpful if we could provide it. So your help getting the word out and getting people in the room would be most helpful.
I wanted to also lift up that I can't take credit for finding this. I'm going to credit our Water Resources Commissioner who told me about it, but a former commissioner, Conan Smith, who now is the CEO of the Michigan Environmental Council, wrote a very interesting op-ed in Cranes today about how if we have a data center economy, we have to double down on doing it right. And points to some of the things that have been happening in Saline. And also particularly about how you have to, Michigan is maybe a better place than some of the other places because we have some better laws in place in Michigan than other places like Ohio. Not to say that things couldn't be better, and I think he highlights that, but I also think like this train is coming, this train is here. I appreciate so much the work that you have done. I love that we're a resource for other people in the community who don't have the budgets to do this, and they come to you, and your expertise and your leadership on this is really super appreciated. So thank you. Mr. Dill.
Beth, thank you.
Yes.
Out of the
Thank you so
doghouse.
much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one more thing real quick. We do have, thank you, Beth, a new member of the Washtenaw County family, team member in OCED. So I asked Tony to make the introduction. And at the conclusion of the introduction, that will conclude my report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Dill. Appreciate the opportunity to introduce the Board of Commissioners to our new Human Services Division Administrator, Monica Bullock. She is joining us from Genesee County's Community Action Agency, where she managed their human services programs. Also has a great history with the City of Flint's 911 call center as their supervisor, and Genesee County ISD, and Genesee County's Michigan Works. So Monica will be
Nice.
managing the staff and programs at OCED that include the Continuum of Care, the Foster Grandparents Program, the Hot Call Center, as well as Barrier Busters. Monica?
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, Madam Chair and all the other board members. It is my absolute pleasure to be here, working here in Washtenaw County. I am ecstatic about the work that we'll be doing through OCED and working along with our providers for COC, particularly with the presentation that was given earlier this evening. But just wanted to say I am very happy to be here and ready to get in and roll up my sleeves and get some work done on behalf of the Washtenaw County residents.
Thank you.
For having me.
Thanks. Welcome at 10 o'clock at night. Welcome to your new job, working at 10 o'clock at night. Thank you. Thank you, Administrator Dill. No report from the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. We have a special order of business, 3 resolutions. Would somebody like to move all 3 of those resolutions?
So moved. Support. Oh, yeah.
Okay, any discussion on these resolutions? I see none. We'll do a roll call vote here.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Oh.
Motion carries.
Okay, great, fantastic, very much. We've got that done. Appointments, anybody like to move the appointments?
So moved.
Support.
All right, any discussion on the appointments? Okay, we'll do a roll call on, oh, wait, Machieski has a discussion.
A comment.
Okay.
In looking through the applicants, they're all very qualified. This is not a comment about the individuals who are being appointed. I just wanted to point out that in our resolution creating this, we did note that we wanted representation on this particular review body from rural, suburban, and urban communities.
Yeah.
And noting that both of the general community appointees are from the city of Ann Arbor, nothing wrong with them. It's okay. They're very qualified people. We don't have any rural representation on this 11-person body at this point. And I hope that we can take a look at that because there are a couple of remaining appointments where that might be possible.
I think that would be phenomenal.
So.
Send them our way.
But I will say
Yes.
congratulations to the people that are up for appointment.
Yeah.
Thank them for committing to do this important work.
Yeah, yep, support, endorse your opinion there. Okay, any other discussion on that? Okay, let's do a roll call on the resolution appointed members. The OPMRC, OPMRC.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes, with condition that we look at.
We
their
will.
membership. Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next item is the consent agenda.
Move support.
Support.
Great. Any discussion on the consent agenda? I see none. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. Resolutions, first reading. Commissioner Labar?
Sure. Under first reading, a resolution to approve the tentative agreement with ASME 2733 in Washtenaw County. B, a resolution approving the tentative agreement with Michigan Nurses Association in Washtenaw County.
Great.
Uh,
We'll stop on first reading. Is that good? Do we have a
Support.
support? Okay.
Support.
Hodge supports, moved by Labar. Any discussion on these items? Commissioner Robbie?
Can we do a separate vote?
We can,
I need
Yep,
to abstain from
yep,
item B.
we can do two different votes. Any discussion on the items? Okay, all those in favor of resolution A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. All those in favor of resolution B,
Aye.
any opposed? We have one non-voting. Okay. I don't think we technically have an abstention in our board rules, so I think it's probably just a non-voting, or do we have abstention? Okay, that's fine. Whatever it is, we'll look it up. Commissioner Robbie did not vote on it. It would be a conflict of interest. Thank you for being an ethical human being. There are no final reading items on the agenda. Single reading, Commissioner LeVar?
A resolution to approve the bylaws of the Washtenaw County Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee, and I will move claims as well.
Support.
Moved by LeVar, supported by Hodge. Any discussion on these items? I see none. This is a roll call.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yay, yay.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yes.
Any items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Beaman?
Mine is really quick. I just wanted to bring forward that I did speak previously about a resolution for Freedom Township regarding the biodigesters that is still in process. I'm trying to be respectful and work with the MMP, but also be very supportive of the residents in my district. So something will be coming forward. Just wanted to let you know we're still working on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I've got about an hour and a half of items for current or future discussion. No, I'll make it quick. I just wanted to give a thank you to all the staff and volunteers that participated in the pit count. So I participated in it, and it was an interesting experience being out till about 2 a.m. In the woods and under bridges and traveling around with the PATH team. I want to thank Christy and Christina from PATH and SOS for taking us along. I went with Ashley and Tabitha. And the two of them did a fantastic job doing the interviews with the people that we were able to find. And everyone that we found was offered a hotel. One person declined the hotel and took it for the next day. But it was really critical work to be able to get out in the really frigid cold and be able to get people out of the cold. And I want to thank Hakeem because he worked all day too, and then also participated in that. And everyone that helped organize it. So Kristen, who was here earlier, did a fantastic job with helping to organize, as did everybody at CMH, OCD, the PATH team, and our community partners. It was a really helpful experience to do it. I have wanted to do it for several years and just never did. So I'm glad I took the time to do it this time to be able to see exactly how the process works. And again, shout out to Tabitha and Ashley for just the excellent way in which they engage the residents that we found, and with compassion, and just really, really good work. So thank you, and thank you to everybody else, all the staff and the volunteers. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner Somerville?
Cool. I'm down for this.
You have a current and future discussion?
I guess I do now. I want to say thank you to the staff before the pit count who, during the cold stretch, went above and beyond to try to take care of some of the most vulnerable people in the community that typically don't navigate our traditional shelter space. I think that is a huge population of folks that have complex challenges and needs. And thank you to Administrator Dill. But also Tabitha, I'm so sorry that this was your first experience. It was a lot, but I know that the residents that we served appreciate it. Ashley and Terrence and everybody else. Thank you. I know it's a system that we need to improve, but I also really do appreciate your ability to say yes to me, even if it's complicated and chaotic. Because the winter weather has been very harsh. So thank you. I know there are improvements that need to be made. I recognize that, but I also think that you work really hard. Thank you.
Hey, I'm all for process improvements. Let's do it. Any other items for current and future discussion? You have one? Light.
I just wanted to say it is Black History Month. And
Yes.
I am educated, resilient, influential, powerful, and I'm Black, baby.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like I don't really want to follow that, but I am going to tell you that I was right. There is no abstention in the board rules. It is just don't vote. So there you go. Okay. I know those board rules. Yeah, but it's not in ours. It very specifically calls it out in our board rules, so I'm right. Anybody, have yeah,
One final thing.
yeah.
I believe it is somebody's last day with us.
Totally.
Brian, thank you for your service.
Yeah,
Commissioners, you've had to stay here very late into the next day
yeah.
and hand the camera on all of us. And it's a very tough job. So thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank
And-
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Do I have support? Robbie and Beeman, all those in favor? All right. See ya. See you Friday.